we find our adventuring troupe recovering after a combat encounter inside the personal chambers at Hearst Castle. The chambers of Mr. Hearst is beautifully decorated, and there appears to be elaborate displays of clothing showing off the casual wear of the former inhabitants, splayed across furniture and draped across beds. Our party recently uncovered a hidden sanctuary, treasure, and information pertaining to Hearst. The information indicated Hearst to be a demigod turned god and lover of Hebe. We pick up after our short rest in the chambers of Mr. Hearst himself. Wally, after finishing studying his laptop, David, after finishing his gordita, and Laura, after herself as well, taking a short rest. Shelley, what were you doing during the short rest?
I think I went to the bathroom and meditated with my bow.
Yes, you in particular went there, and I narrated how you found some information out from Hermes about the area and different transgressions, things that went on. You found out some more information and found a way to crack into some of the deeper, darker secrets that Wally was finding on the internet about Mr. Hearst. You do recall that you needed to visit a specific section of the Hearst Castle itself so that way you could find the information and find the clues that were hidden inside of the Harpies.
The harpy exhibit.
The Harpy exhibit. Yes.
And yeah.
Harpy enclosure, which was formerly
That.
a polar bear enclosure. Sorry, I got triggered there by the sound of those birds.
It's foreshadowing.
Clearly.
I paid the extra $20 for Adobe sound effects.
Nice. All right. Well, we pick up. Let's make sure everybody's here. David, you here?
Yep, David's here.
Fantastic. Laura, are you here?
Yeah.
Wally?
Sure.
Cholet?
I mean, physically, yeah. Mentally,
all right.
this quarantine's getting to me.
I mean, what else is new?
Well, let's pick it up. Wally, you found out some information about Hearst. His current whereabouts are unknown, but you found out a lot about his past and previous endeavors that he was part of. You also found some barriers to information you wanted to gather and found them to be a mark of Hermes. You recently conversed with Cholet and found that there is a way to find out some more information.
Yeah, I was. One of the last things I did was to map out a route from where we are to that enclosure that avoids main hallways.
Yes.
Just looking for like secret passages and ventilation ducts, whatever.
You did manage to plan a circuitous route throughout the area, if you so choose to follow it. The temptation would be to immediately head there, but I think Laura has other plans.
All right, so what's the plan then? We go straight for the Harpy cage and try to get some keys, find out what happened to Big Daddy owner of the house, or what? Because the longer we stay here, I feel like the more likely Chole is to go looking in some drawers that are going to get us in trouble again.
Well, we've got the information that led us to the Harpy cage. Is there anything stopping us from getting there?
I mean, I got a path that'll take us through most of the building without having to deal with main hallways, patrols, that sort of thing. Unless you had something better to do this evening.
Nah. Let's go to the Harpy cage.
Laura says otherwise.
Laura?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
On our way there, we're going to be passing the Celestial Suite, which I helped build. Can we stop there first?
Well, sure. I mean, you are the tour guide, so you would know the best places to go. You know, should we find any valuables that aren't going to get us attacked by a suit of armor, or maybe have been left for us by some sort of godly parent, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, no.
So
Laura
which
further
way?
stipulates that it's not on the way, but she thinks that it should be something you stop by and make a special trip to go find.
Oh, okay then.
As I
I thought it was on the way.
previously told you.
All right, then, which way do we go?
You just want them to- Based off your previous analysis of the map, you would recognize that being where you are, you would want to head in a further west direction. Oh, it's temporarily closed. That's sad. You would know that you are here.
Right.
And that your celestial suite itself is further this way. If it loads. Ooh, that's a cool looking map.
Mm-hmm.
So you would know that the celestial suite is one of the two main towers that are up here. So to get there from your current location, you would need to go up another flight of stairs towards the central area inside the Casa Grande and ascend these staircases that are up here.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Yeah. So let's see if it lists it directly from where it is. It does not.
Okay. Yes, it looks like I'm having like interference.
Okay.
It's so weird.
I wonder how. Nope, just shows there is this. Well, where is the celestial suite on the map? Now that's all you need to do is pick a place and stick with it. There's Castle Florida. Nice. Second floor, first floor. Ooh, these are pretty good. So, you would know that the Celestial Suite itself is an offshoot of the main entranceway. It would be the two pillars that are surrounding it. On the left-hand side, you would know that since there's all of those bells up there, this is the Celestial Suite itself. Do you think that is a direction you want to head?
Yes.
Fantastic. Alright, so Wally, using your laptop, she's able to over your shoulder peek at the layout of the map and point out where the Celestial Suite is and offer guidance on the best direct method to get there. So Laura,
Mm-hmm.
you are currently on the second floor, about here, and the Celestial Suite is somewhere here.
We have to go west first.
Mhm.
Oh look, there's a compass rose on the map.
Yep.
That's super smart. Alright, so it looks like we need to go west for a little bit until we hit the front of the north wing. And then make our way back to the front main entrance.
Are we gonna run into that big sounding dude if we go over that way?
Did he...
You did hear him tumble down the stairs, and
Right.
you haven't heard him come back up yet.
Hopefully he's on a lower floor than we are.
But he might not be the only one stopping.
Got that. I think we determined if we stay put any longer, Shelly's gonna start touching things again.
More than likely. Cholet, make an investigation check if you get the chance. Or Wally, if you'd rather. Yes. Wally, if you have the time, would you be able to make an investigation check as well?
Oof, that's a 30.
Ooh.
Let me
Well
see what there
done.
is to see.
You
He
do
invest-
recognize.
Sorry.
You're good. You do recognize that the previous area you were in is one that was hidden by the bookshelves and not listed on the map. Something you suspect that Laura herself may have never seen, but you do find that there are some engraved markings on it as well. I'm pulling up the markings right now. And it says, on the interior of the sliding doorway, it has the words Hadrian's masterpiece carved inside.
So I show that to Laura.
Are you familiar with Hadrian?
Can I roll for that?
This was a question for Kate.
What is that? The answer would be no.
Okay, then you may make a history check.
Okay, history check.
Go ahead and roll a d20 and add your history and proficiency modifier. You have a +3 to history.
Will you show me where that is for next
History. It's based off your
So
intelligence.
that is a 22.
Nice. You are familiar with Hadrian. You're familiar with the previous iterations of Roman emperors and the like. In particular, you're familiar with Hadrian being one of the few members of the Roman Empire to try to expand the pantheon, the Roman pantheon of gods, to help incorporate those of the Greek gods as well. His masterpiece and culminating work was a large area devoted to the worship of many different gods. And yes, it's from the book you found.
Oh, okay.
It was erected by Hadrian himself, and you're familiar that Hearst himself did compare himself to many different Roman emperors, but in particular, he felt an affinity toward Hadrian. And in particular, the Pantheon remains one of the grandest monuments of achievement in Rome, so you can infer that he would himself perceive this to be one of his greatest achievements, even though he secludes it and hides it off most of the maps.
Alright, so I communicate that to Wally, saying that Hadrian, was a Roman who wanted to include the Greek gods and the Roman gods together. Is there anything else?
You would know
And yeah.
that it would be a sanctified place. It would be a place of worship,
Okay.
and in particular, a place of neutrality and safe haven for others.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
I need that.
I need Wally to make one and David to make one as well, please.
12.
Okay.
Perception should be listed there in alphabetical order for you.
I need this.
22 again.
Nice. David, what you get?
David was finishing up eating and getting the dice spot ready. David did not get a good number. Come on, character sheet. Perception. Ooh, that's gonna be 4.
Alright. Shelley, do you mind rolling perception as well, please?
That will be
I swear I'm getting
14.
for it so much. What was that?
14 even. Yeah, I moved next to the airport, so it's too many airplanes now.
It's all good. We watched the Doctor Who episode where they keep flaking back and forth between reality and an illusion, and the sound of birds song triggers it. So I'm just like feeling myself like getting ready to snap back to an alternative reality.
14 total.
Okay.
Are you worried you'll snap back to a reality where we've never left the cave, or one where we have left the cave?
Both realities from the cave.
Ooh, Laura has spoken. Well, gentlemen, I will continue with your perception. We'll start with David first. David,
Yep.
As you finish eating your last bite of your gordolita, you recognize that you ate a little bit of the tinfoil as well, and it feels really weird as you bite on the foil itself and your metal teeth your teeth on the metal crunch and give you a sharp splint of pain up your legs. But while you're freaking out and twitching just a wee bit, you do feel the temperature in the room drop ever so subtly. Very slowly at first, and then you start to see that the windows themselves fog up in the area. Lights from the torches and light from the torch that Laura is holding, and any other source of light in the area seem to wither to a small, fine point. Shotley, you rolled 14, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Wally, you rolled a.
Well,
Oh, I think you said whale.
He rolled a whale? Oh my lord.
12.
So, Wally first, you would notice that off to the sides of the area you're in, the exterior walls of the area you are in do have perspiration and moisture appearing on them. You recognize this to be a temperature drop, and in particular, since it is now evening time, probably approaching 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock since your last encounter and the short rest that you took, you know that about this time of evening, you would not have this amount of moisture or dew or any sort of fronts rolling in this quickly, especially with how fast the temperature dropped. It's definitely out of place. Shola, you're able to see that the mirrors, as well as you're previously leaving the restroom, they were also fogging up as well, and the little bit of light that had been illuminated by Laura's torch does flicker as it does diminish, and you notice that there is a very heavy footfall sound coming from the exterior windowsills that are nearby. You do hear the glass itself reverberating with each individual depression of a foot on concrete outside. You recognize this based off of the weight and amplitude of how heavy the footfall is. It's probably another one of the ogres that you previously encountered, but it does sound also to be coming from multiple directions. It sounds like it's coming from outside and it reverberates on the glass, but it also echoes on the inside and the interior of the chamber itself. Laura, you rolled the best out of the group. You previously had seen the fog rolling in and had noticed that it starts to encapsulate and roll over the tops of the trees in the area. What was previously a small, white, thin, wispy mist has now thickened to a dark, impermeable black mist surrounding the exterior of Hearst Castle. You do also see outside, down below, a large oncoming incursion of humanoid creatures that are walking up towards the main front gates and side areas as you look out the window. You do also hear more footsteps approaching as well from the hallway that was previously there, that you previously used to get into Hearst's chambers.
Oh, this got spooky.
What would Laura want to do? What would Laura say?
Yes, Laura
Would she point out?
Yeah, point the mist out to the rest of the group.
Saying?
It got really cold really quick.
Why is my torch not working? What's wrong with my torch?
I think I'm noticing some things outside.
What do you see out there?
Kind of like, they kind of remind me of the zombie things from earlier. Kind of like, they look like humans.
We might need a bigger box of Cheez-Its. I mean, if they're gonna be like zombies before, maybe the plants will just keep eating them.
You said there were also noises from just outside the room as well? Or-
Yes,
okay.
from the previous doorway you had used, you are hearing footfalls in there as well.
Oh, okay. Sounds like we need to find a different way out.
Well, there's one behind this bookshelf, but, you know, it means dealing with an old friend of David's.
Which old friend? I got a lot of old friends, apparently.
The one that put a wrench in your buttocks?
Ah. Yeah, that guy.
So what do you think? Think he'll be happy to see you?
I don't think he's ever happy.
I opened the bookshelf. Anybody else got another way out?
I recommend everyone check their email.
No, you don't have a way out. Oh, okay.
I did send it, yes.
Hot singles in my area? Ooh.
Domino's Pizza.
Demigod delivery. It's not DiGiorno.
Ooh. Come on, email. Give me the news stuff. There we go.
So, Wally, as you approach the door, open
Oh.
it inwards to describe the interior to Laura, you do notice that Kirby starts to emit a bzz, 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 almost printer-like noise.
Okay. Let's see what my very selective fax machine has.
You recognize it to be a letter from someone else,
Oh, let's take a look here.
as opposed to a letter from yourself. Yes.
It is quite the nice letter there.
We just got a letter.
I wonder who it's from.
Hey, David, can you read the letter?
That was kind of big.
Because David is apparently quite good at reading these things. Attention, heroes! You may have found my secure chambers while under some form of duress. If this is true, then you may inform Terminus, the bust that talks, and he will be able to activate the necessary security measures. The passcode to activate him is in Spanish, since that was the closest I know to Latin. Passcode Casa Grande. Heads up! I have retired from the castle and gifted the grounds to the California State Park Services. If you engage the security measures throughout the compound, it will activate all the residual energy in the hills and grounds nearby. This will power all the Greek and Roman art that you see around you. If my cloak or Hebe's dress is around, the castle will recognize you as one of us and protect you. Otherwise, God's help you. Good luck, stay safe. Your friend and host, William Randolph Hearst. P.S. Be sure to check out the Celestial Suite. During her time, Laura did a fantastic job designing it, but I never learned what the purpose of it was. Maybe that can provide you with further assistance.
I don't know how much more I can beat a dead horse.
I'm going to point at the dress and go, maybe you should take that, dear, to Laura.
Point to show that. Maybe you should take that, dear.
I don't think it's my size. That's all I'm saying.
It ain't gonna fit David, I'm telling you that now.
Are you suggesting I just carry the dress or put on the dress?
I mean, carry it for now in case it's some sort of magical crazy and we find some sort of other exit. But if you'd like to get changed, I suppose we could all turn our backs while the zombie hordes approach.
I'll just hold on to it for a second.
Also, in the recap, part of the area around you is described.
I look around for Herb's cloak.
He,
Hearst.
Herbs?
it's a lady. It's
Hearst?
Hearst, yes, the demigod Herb.
Ah, yes.
Herbie?
You do find there
Tentacle
are
sweater.
several remnants of Hearst's clothing drifted about. There are his lounging shoes, which look to be furry exterior, flat bottom, and pink bunny ear.
10 out of 10.
You notice that there are Hearst Castle branded sweatpants and
Magically comfortable.
a black and red designer cloak to be worn over the shoulders of the wearer that, upon investigation, you do find has a thick wooden pipe inside of it as well. Smoking pipe, I should be specific.
Okay, I thought I said pike, and I was like,
Yes, you pull out
kill
a
a man,
huge
like to
wooden
kill a
pipe.
vampire?
It's a deep pocket.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming this is his cloak, but I look around to see if there's any initial stitching.
You do find that it does say WRH on the interior.
Perfect. I put on the cloak.
All right. Upon donning the cloak, no. Okay.
Did you touch it with your bare hands?
The cloak does have a very heavy weight to it and does give a sense of warmth to you, as most cloaks do. However, this one does dangle just down to your ankles. It has beautiful red and black crushed velvet-like texture and is definitely very posh. You would be quite familiar with something of this stature and would probably be accustomed to wearing something of this quality. It's very expensive.
Shall we? To the Celestial Suite.
You have a dress, you have a pair of sweatpants, and some pink bunny slippers to wear as well if you wish.
Put the slippers on, Cholet.
Come on, Cholet.
I check to see if my feet are small enough for the slippers.
They fit well.
All right. Then I put the sweatpants over my pants.
Laura's just gonna shove the dress in her backpack and move on.
Okay. With the set bonus, you may now apply your disguised feature from your class to your deception rolls or persuasion rolls, Cholet. So since you do have proficiency with it, you may add your proficiency bonus again whenever you choose to make deception or charisma-based checks that would be from persuading others that you are who you say you are. So, for instance, if you try to deceive someone, your typical deception is a +1. You would add your proficiency modifier, your proficiency bonus, of +3 to that as well. So you'd have a +4 to deception when lying about being or having information pertaining to Hearst.
Laura's like, "Sir, I didn't know you were back."
All right.
I decided what Hearst's jacket and slippers look like, in case no one's seen it yet.
Yes.
Yes.
I like the auto flip feature.
Mm-hmm. It's the important part. They might be magical, too.
Does it say Hearst under the ears? So when you flip them up, it just says Hearst?
Well, it says that's got a Hearst on it. On the bottom when he kicks
Oh,
Nice.
Man of culture as well.
Mm-hmm. Jacket and the pipe are everything.
So, what now? We got some neat. You got some neat clothes, some rockin' bunny slippers.
Do we need to be worried about David's friend in the room now that we have a secret passcode?
I don't think so. As long as he doesn't try to grab him again, I think we should be good.
For the sake of safety, maybe David should try the passcode.
Well,
No point in him hating more than one of us. I
Come on.
open the bookcase and gesture towards the door. After you, Biggin.
Well, I mean, if we activate him now, I mean, Shotley and Laura, as long as you two are in the stuff, you should be fine. He's gonna get mad at me again if we wake him up now.
You've got a password. He won't bug you.
Yeah, but
The clothing's for the statues. To deactivate those later. He gave us a password for the statue. I think we're already okay on him.
I thought once we talk to him, he wakes up all the statues, and then all the statues go on a murder spree.
Oh no, Laura just said she's seen something walking through the fog toward us, and I don't think that we're unlucky enough to have two hordes of things after us at once, so I think that's the statues.
Well, let's go talk to Terminus.
He is our only way out.
David goes through the door.
Who else follows?
I'll follow him, but I'm definitely going to take my hammer out. I mean, I was always planning on backing him up.
Shirley follows as well.
Yep, so does Laura.
Alright, Jack leads the trail end of it. David, upon entry, you do recognize that there's a lot of books, quite a lot of them that you aren't familiar with the wording on. You recognize some of the Latin on them and some of the English that's on them, but you're not too sure if it's Greek or just some weird squiggles on other words. But it's pretty cool. It's got a lot of gilded areas. It's pretty. It's green in spots. It's got a lot of reds and golds. And what really catches your attention is that on the left-hand side, there is a large mantle place that's where usually a person would burn a lot of wood and keep himself warm during winter. That on either side of the mantle place, just below the ceiling of the room, there are two busts. They are identical and currently asleep. You can hear them snoring quite loudly. And they are indeed busts of Terminus, and you recognize them. You're a little triggered, and you recognize them.
I'm having like some PTSD flashbacks to taking a Hephaestus brand wrench. I start to approach them, and I try to come up with a good way to wake them up without completely scaring them off the walls, you know.
Well, that's up to you.
Psst, try the password.
They're asleep.
Maybe that should be the first thing to hear then.
So I use the password. I get closer, half the room across to them. And I say Casa Grande. And see what happens.
How loud do you say it?
Loud enough that I think it will get through them sleeping to wake them up, but not loud enough that it's gonna, reverberate throughout the room and you can hear it half a mile away.
You do hear, as soon as you start to speak, your mouth opens and you say, Casa! And before you finish the password, their eyes, with a very dry, stone-on-stone grinding, open up. Stark white, no pupil, no sclera, just solid white. Look over, and both of them, nose pointed first towards you. He's got a huge nose, by the way. It's like really long and hooked. And he looks
That's
over at you.
How he points at things.
And you finish the last word, you say, Grande! Then their eyes flash a golden hue and they look off in the distance. The door behind you slams shut, and you hear, activating defenses.
Okay. Does anything change in the room after they say that other than the door slamming shut?
The torches and the sconces on the wall, there's 4, one on each wall in the area. Not close enough to ignite the books themselves, but definitely enough to illuminate the area, do ignite. And you see a full platter of food does spread out in front of you across 2 long picnic-style tables that are there. Long, maybe 8 feet long and 4 feet wide tables.
Ooh.
They do have a bench-style seating on both sides.
Oh, looks like that was a magic word, Biggin.
You notice
Maybe?
as the busts turn towards you, it says, "You are not Hurst! Who are you?"
Well, we're friends of hers. Otherwise, how would we have the password, Casa Grande? You heard me say it, didn't you, Casa Grande?
They stare at David and give you no mind presently.
They stare at me and what?
They stare only at David. It's a little hard to tell where their eyes are focused if it wasn't for the nose. But you can tell as Wally is speaking, they have not looked at him at all.
We are. We've got this letter from Hurst. It's what gave us this password. We're
Is
friends with
Hurst with you?
Hurst is not. We have Laura though. Laura knew Hurst.
Cholet puts his hands in between the people and shows up. Yes, did someone say Hurst? Pipe in mouth.
Go ahead and make a deception check with advantage.
Is my mic too quiet or is it too loud or because I
No, you're good.
fiddled with something?
We're good so
No, you're
far.
good. Yeah.
Okay, because I
I was like, what was the last portion? Dungeon Daddy?
Please make a deception roll with advantage. And since you are pertaining to information about Hurst, please add +3 to your already +1 deception modifier.
21.
With your +4 total?
Yes.
All
So
right.
that'll be 17 plus 4.
Terminus turns towards you. You see his demeanor changes. The frown and harsh angles of his face seem to soften ever so slightly as he looks upon you and says, "Ah, you have returned! It's great to see you. Welcome back. How long have you been gone?"
You know how these mortals like to keep time. It's been a minute. In a very jokingly manner.
I see you have activated the safeguards you put in place. Is there any reason in particular?
Just wanted to make sure that security was still working around here. You can never be too safe, you know.
Would you like for me to disengage the safeguards?
That would be lovely.
You hear large, heavy metal rods sliding out from behind the bookcase that were locking them in place. Large, spherical blocks that were embedded in different areas themselves seem to appear and protrude from the wall, spin in place counterclockwise, and the door opens inward as well. Well then, the safeguards have been disengaged.
Keep up the good work, chaps.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The second one finally speaks.
I quickly walk forward and kind of motion with my hand to do a follow me sign as Shirley walks forward.
Forward to where?
To where we were heading.
So you're currently in a almost bunker style area. You previously entered into there, saw the busts on the left-hand wall, spoke to them, and you proceed forward further into the area?
Or I look back at Laura. I'm like, kind of looking back to where the busts are and then looking to her, but like, where do we go?
I've never seen this, and you are entirely astounded and amazed at the library.
I've never been in this room before. I didn't know that it existed. Wally found it.
I look, Wally.
I checked the laptop for other exits.
You are familiar that this room is not on the typical layout of the maps. The secret diagrams that you found at Hearst Castle do not indicate its existence either.
Wait, I thought I found it by examining things on the laptop.
Yes, my apologies. Then you would have found it previously, and the secret ones would show it. I was planning on having that be part of the information you find at the Harpy encounter, but I guess you already have that now.
So where does it lead?
It is a single chamber, like bunker, as previously described.
No other exits at all?
It is a bunker, as previously described. It is one way in.
He didn't give himself any escape hatches. Okay. Well, then I wouldn't have brought us in here had I realized that. Okay. Are there any other secret passages on the plans that I've found?
The other passages that you have found are typically not through narrow hallways. You do have ducting that does describe the layout and protrusions in walls where you could access the ductwork, but the majority of what you find are different doorways that are not particularly evident to most of the staff or any of the tourists that come through. They have secret doorways that activate between rooms that you are easily able to switch between.
All right, so I'll just look at everybody else and go, out of the way we came, obviously. There's no way out of here, but the security is disabled, so we should be able to get where we're going much faster.
Oh.
And I think Laura
Hopefully.
knows the way from her bedroom to where we're trying to get, right?
Yeah, I do.
Neat.
Wally, go ahead and make an investigation check.
28.
You would recognize the food that appeared to be a conjuration spell, and since, in particular, the note that you received said that you found the secured chambers while under some form of duress, this was a holdout area in particular. So you suspect that the food itself may also lend its own method of benefit to Hearst or those who eat it if they desire.
Meantime, I'm hungry, so I'm going to take some snacks, and I'm going to start stuffing, like smelling things, nibbling a bite, and stuffing the rest of it into my pockets.
Be careful, adventurers. This is the hero's feast. The food will remain here for 10 minutes' time and then disintegrate if you do not consume it.
I immediately start stuffing as much of the food in my mouth as I can.
Laura wanders over to the table and starts picking through things.
Shirley grabs a quick bite.
David's like, I could eat some more.
All right. For the moment, if you so choose to consume the food that is presented to you, you gain several benefits. If you were previously or currently under the effects of disease or poison, you are now immune.
Ooh.
And for the remainder of the timeline, you will be and remain immune to poison, being frightened, and have advantage on all wisdom saving throws. Furthermore,
Nice.
you gain 2d10 to your maximum hit points temporarily for 24 hours. Yeah,
Oh, snap.
So I get that 2d10 for 24-hour thing just for eating the food.
Correct. This food in particular.
Wait, good thing I'm snacking.
And what did you roll, Laura?
A 6 and a 9.
All right. 6 and 15. Wally, what did you roll?
They're in the text.
Nice.
Also, since you were pointing out the books, did anything other than the fact that I could make out some of the Latin ones, and I liked the colors because there was some green and some red and some gold scribblies on them, did any of them really jump out at me like, I need to look at this book?
If you choose to investigate, you may find something that pertains to you. And Shelley, what did you roll?
I rolled a 14. Sorry, 16. My bad. I have it entered into my Google search tab.
No worries.
So Wally stuffed his face with everything as fast as he could. Having felt the benefits and possibly a full stomach, I'm sure he finished before everybody else, because everyone else is eating slower or more. Being David, I'm talking about David. So finishing first, and with his 28 on his last investigation roll, do any of the books seem to call Wally's name? Hurst
They
was
do.
into engineering and things like that. Is anything jumping off the shelf at me?
Yes. In particular, you do find that he has some very interesting books on Archimedes' principles. Bless you.
So wait. Yeah, thank you. So, pardon me. So the automatons that we found in the bunker, are we talking that sort of Archimedes engineering?
You recognize that they do have. You recognize that they do have some diagrams, some pictures, some blueprints. Most of them are pertaining to physics and the interaction between magic, the power of the deities, how to imbue life and sentiency into automatons, and the creation of mechanical creatures.
Okay, so are there any other books nearby? I would like to take that book and hang on to it, but is there anything else or any other books calling my name?
That was the description of the whole library. For a lot of some of the books have information on particular constructs, like humanoid constructs. Some are physics textbooks that describe how to imbue objects with sentiency or with magic themselves, enchantments and different things of the like.
Okay, so
there are several books.
several. Okay. How many is several?
6 in particular.
Okay. All right. I'd like to take those 6 books. I would like to put them in a stack on the floor in front of me because I'm not tall enough to do this at a table. I would then like to grab my laptop, turn on the camera for the video function of it, and then I would like to hold it so that the camera is pointing downward at the books, and then I would like to quickly open the book, flip a page, flip a page, flip a page, flip a page, so that later I can slow it down and read it.
All right. Do you choose to do this for the whole books?
Yeah, I mean, well, I could tell that all these were going to be the most important ones, the ones that would be interesting, that I want to look back over later. So I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm just going to try and basically scan the entire book for all 6 real quick.
Sure. In doing so, you recognize that it is not a process that could be expedited, and you suspect it could take up to an hour to do.
Really? Okay.
Because of the size of the book and making sure that you do each and every page, the pages themselves are quite thick and heavy for the type of printing it's done. It seems to mostly be handwritten material and journals from Hurst or maybe some companions of his. And
Okay,
they are dense
well,
books.
Let me try something else then, and I will stuff them into Kirby and stare at the spot on the shelf where they came from to see if any sort of enchantment makes them come back.
You notice that they are books, and if you put them into Kirby, they go into Kirby and remain in Kirby. Or if you put them back on the shelf, they remain on the shelf.
Okay, cool. Just making sure that I don't put them in Kirby and then they just magically reappear on Hurst's shelf.
That is correct. They remain wherever you leave them.
Alright. People got weird magical enchantments on their shit, man. I'm just checking.
And it's good that you checked.
Alright, now I got them books for later.
Dave would like to do an investigation roll about the book, see if any of them look extra pretty but not tasty.
Go for it.
Alright, well, that is going to be a 10.
All right. You go about the area and you look for some books. Some of them have maps of the immediate area. Some of them have journals describing the length of time and stint he was here, describing working with Julia Moore and how it was, trying to find influence for the Roman or the Greek areas. And you find a lot of books that keep mentioning this guy Hadrian in it. And as you investigate and keep looking about, you look up at the ceiling and you notice that there's a huge domed ceiling above you. And as you look around, you recognize that the entire secure chamber that's here does appear to almost be perfectly circular for the area you're in. The floor that you're in particular is maybe obscuring 10% of a circle if you were to draw a flat line on the bottom of it. But it is very well designed and conceived secure chambers, and you recognize this as something that you would probably want as a fallout shelter or a very strategically placed area that you could return to if need be if you get overrun by monsters.
Wally notices David walking around, gets a little worried he might start to eat some of these books, and reaches for one called Mythical Sea Beasts of the Mediterranean with a lot of pictures in it, and goes, "Hey, Biggin, why don't you take a look at this?"
What is that? Besides a book.
It's a pretty picture book. It's got monsters in it.
Ooh. David takes the book.
Alright.
Or goes to Wally and then takes the book. And starts looking inside the book to see what kind of cool stuff there is.
As you flip through the book, you recognize a lot of the pictures are very well drawn and colored.
Somebody's an artist.
Yes. You find a picture, and there's some scribbling below it, but it's in Greek. Do you speak Greek, David?
Let's find the tab that has the stuff, languages. I do remember that I speak Common, Cyclops, and Latin, but I'm not finding the tab that has my all my languages on it.
So under your racial information, it does list the languages that you speak.
That still is saying, that I speak Common and Orc.
Correct. So where it is Orc, it is going to now be changed to say Cyclops. So unless specified previously as particularly relating to Greek, like for Wally, for instance, I believe yours stipulates that you speak Celestial and Dwarvish, which the Dwarvish was the Latin and Celestial would be the Greek. You also speak Arabic and Mandarin, correct?
Yes.
So you would recognize this, even over his shoulders as he's pointing it out, but David, you do not speak Greek.
Gotcha. Can you add the Latin in there? Because I did spend that time learning it in the Ares cabin.
Sure.
I have it written on the sheet, but since this online bit may have to go on for a while.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. But Wally, you're able to look over his shoulder, and you see, in particular, that it's not just sea monsters that are listed inside of this book. It does show a lot of other Greek mythology as well. In particular, you find one that's quite interesting to read, especially since he's got a lot of script written around it. You find that probably a little bit foreboding, but definitely along the same lines of where you're intending to head next. You notice that there is a picture of a harpy there. And you notice that the notes and scribbled writings around it are referring to, hippogriffs. I said hippogriffs instead of harpies. Previously in last session.
Oh.
I said it was a, did I say it was a harpy or hippogriff? Alright, Shirley, we need a decision made. You want
Alright.
harpies or hippogriffs?
Time to use my new D2.
Get a coin?
No, it's a D2.
A coin would be a C2, Corey. DM.
Now my dogs are angry because you said it was a coin.
Are your dogs ever happy?
No.
Aww. Invite me over. I'll boop the snoots. They'll be so confused they won't bark anymore.
Are you still rolling your D2?
Yeah. Alright, let's do this.
How big is this D2?
It's so big.
That's a crit.
That's a 2?
That's a 2. We're going to harpies. Or sorry, what was the first one? It said harpies and what?
Hippogriffs.
Alright. Hippogriffs and harpies, or harpies and hippogriffs?
Harpies, for sure.
Okay.
Harpies and
Laura's deciding
hippogriffs.
it's hippogriffs.
What? Okay.
Or harpies. Which one are you picking?
It's hippogriffs. We're going to the hippogriffs.
Fantastic.
Yay, the hypocrites.
The hippogriffs. Alright,
Yep.
well, Wally, since you're staring at this book and it's miraculously changing back and forth from harpy to hippogriff to harpy to hippogriff, it finally fixates itself upon the image of a hippogriff. Are you familiar with what a hippogriff looks like?
Yeah, I think I am.
Alright. Just for David's sake, you're able to point out the different areas of it and describe them. And Laura, would you like
Sure,
to do
David. There's this thing called the chat. Look at the chat.
So,
Ooh.
hippogriffs are beasts with magical origins and lost history. A hippogriff possesses the wings and forelimbs of an eagle, the hindquarters of a horse, and the head that combines the features of both animals. They are reclusive and omnivorous. Hippogriffs mate for life and seldom venture more than a few miles from their nest. When defending its mate or its young, a hippogriff fights to the death. Hippogriffs don't lay eggs, but give birth to live young. There is also information on flying mounts. It does, in written script below it, say that a hippogriff raised in captivity can be trained to be a faithful companion and mount. Of all the creatures that can serve as flying mounts, hippogriffs are among the easiest to train and the most loyal once trained properly. Yes, indeed. If you so choose to, you may sail across the ocean with it. So you're only able to read these scribbles at the bottom, David, because Wally reads it to you. You're not too familiar with Greek yet.
Alright. But hippogriffs. Hopefully they don't look at us and think, snack time.
Indeed.
I'd like to put the book in my backpack though.
Alrighty.
Kirby sucks it up from across the room.
It just lassos the book and is like, it's mine.
I was gonna type books with an M for the first word. Mooks.
Mooks.
Ooh.
David, you put that in your inventory?
I'd like to, yeah. Unless Kirby's gonna slurp it across the room and eat it.
It's up to Wally if he wants to try to engage the suction factor.
Oh no, that was a joke. I meant to give the picture book to Biggin to keep him busy,
And
so he wouldn't eat the other books.
Sorry, the wife's looking at.
I'm psychoanalyzing your letter.
Are you now?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Yep.
Because it said Gracie is the first word.
Well, because attention.
Oh. I'm sure it does now. Well then, gentlemen, what is your next endeavor entail? Where are you going? How are you getting there?
Probably should go to that celestial place, room thingy.
Nailed it, David.
He's got a way with words. It's not a good way, but it's a way.
It's not the right way, but it's a way.
It gets the blunt point across.
That's indeed. So, Laura, David is recommending we continue pursuit of the Celestial Suite. What do you have to say?
And Laura might help us find something cool, along the way. She knows this place.
I guess Laura investigates to see if the two busts are still awake or if they've gone back to sleep. Or
they're staring at you
they're
guys
still staring.
as you look about and go about. As you're eating the food, they're like nodding along, looking at you. They look at each other and you hear, I wonder what food tastes like. We don't get many offerings.
Aww.
I turn to Shotley and ask, can you ask them if they have a suggestion of the easiest/safest way to get from here to the Celestial Suite?
Shotley?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I walk over to the bus and say, "Well, boys, I do believe I forgot one of my other smoking pipes in the Celestial Suite. Now, I've just been to way too many other parties lately. What would, in your suggestion, as my favorite statues in the whole compound, what would you suggest would be the quickest way to the Celestial Suite?"
No, let's take the scenic route. I'm sure they know the best ways anyway. Let's take the scenic route.
Well, my lord, we don't know much beyond this room in particular and the activation codes and procedures. The room outside of here contains a bed chamber. It has floors and walls with windows and doors. If you proceed out, you may then traverse a hallway. This hallway also contains a floor and several walls. If you proceed along this hallway, you will find a staircase. I believe it is the first staircase near the Casa Grande. If you ascend that staircase, you will get to the second floor from the first floor, or second floor to the third floor, or if you descend the staircase, you may also proceed from the third floor to the second floor, and so forth to the first floor, my lord. I believe that would be the most direct route.
I look back at the party members. Well,
Also, have you heard that rooms have walls and floors? I cannot stipulate that enough. These walls are connected and share floors.
It was worth a shot.
I love that that is actually your impression right
That
now.
is my current facial expression.
Yeah.
I look back at the party members. Well,
Did you know walls
Shush.
sometimes have doors?
Shush.
Door, you say?
Yes, big one.
No. David, no.
David, yes! Did David hear their comment about that we don't get food very often? Or get
David
offered
would have
food
heard
much?
that, yes.
Is there any food still on the table?
Yes,
Or-
if you so choose to, the party may remain here and consume as much food as desired for up to an hour. This spell duration is 10 minutes, but you can consume it for up to an hour. It will disappear if you do not consume it. It will take it from here within 10 minutes. So, like, if you say, hey, everybody, jump on board. The food, if you put it in your mouth and chew it. Laura rolls her eyes at her internal monologue.
David would like to go to the statues and offer them food. I don't know what food is on there, but if there's anything that, looks super good to the statues, I want to give them an option.
You grab a familiar-looking head of cabbage and lift it up.
Head of what? Sorry, you cut out, so I didn't hear a head of what.
You pick up a familiar-looking head of cabbage and lift it up towards them, offering. They look down upon you and say, well, thank you, large one. We have no arms for which to eat, and we also don't really eat because we're statues. I am the embodiment of a god possessed inside of a bust. You may make sacrifices and offerings and burn it, to which I will receive nourishment, but I suspect I am mostly statue.
I would like to. Oh no, that's going to go away in like 10 minutes. Oh dang. But I will like to make like a mental note of that so that I can burn some food for them. Make a nice sacrifice.
Laura's picturing David burning a head of cabbage and eventually burning down the entire house.
So, I'm going to leave the My cabbages! Yes.
So David's going to put the cabbage back on the table.
You do so.
And I mean, I think I'm good to go. If we're ready to wander out.
Yep, I know the door's slammed behind us, so we gotta go. Be reopened? Okay, they're back open again.
You did. It was previously described that upon entering and mentioning the passcode, the door slammed shut behind you. When Shotley then described that he is not under duress and wants them to release the lockdown procedure, they did,
They opened back
and
up.
including the door opening. Yes.
Nice.
Wally, is that just you stuffing your face from the hero's feast, or is that David?
I mean, art's meant to be interpreted.
You feel if Terminus had hands and, more than just shoulder segments, he might be able to gesticulate like that.
I mean, the eating one that you posted there, Wally, that would be David in this case.
I mean, Wally definitely ate that fast.
Sure. I believe David's referring to the stack of Flappy Jack-like blue towels.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
that's David for sure.
Laura turns to Shotley and says, "Okay, Hurst, time to go."
All right, keep up the good work, guys. And I give them both a thumbs up.
Thank you, sir. We will return to our post.
So out the bookshelf door we go. Back into the other room. How any other? Which exit we take to get to the celestial suite?
So, Laura would recognize. Laura would know that there is 2 different entry points to the chambers of Mr. Hurst. The one you previously used led to the main hallway, which connected to the stairs. The stairs do ascend up to the 3rd floor from there if you wish, or Laura does know about a secondary set of stairs that is further into the castle if you so choose to take that instead. So, you would know that you're somewhere around here.
Yep.
So you could ascend a staircase that's back here, or continue forward and try to ascend another staircase here to get towards the celestial suite, which is here.
Right, so do you have a preference of whether we climb the stairs sooner or stay on the floor we're currently at and make our way back to the front first?
Well, what's the fastest way to that celestial place you wanted to take us?
Well, since we're already used to the floor that we're on, I just say we can go back the way we came and then climb the stairs. So make our way back to the front on the 2nd floor.
All right.
So you spent a lot of the time on the 1st floor. You entered into the Casa Grande, made a turn, found a library on the north wing. You then ascended a staircase in the north wing up to the 2nd floor. You've explored the hallway that's off of the staircase and Hurst's chamber. You have not been to the central area of the Casa Grande on the 2nd floor, only on the 1st floor. But you may choose
That's
to
the password.
You may continue on the 2nd floor or retrace your steps to then ascend to the 3rd floor if you wish. But it's entirely up to you.
Right. Well, we don't want to go back to the 1st floor because that's where we're assuming the Minotaur fell down the stairs.
Correct.
So we'll stay on the 2nd floor for a while and make our way back.
Okay.
Are Minotaurs usually smart?
I've
Make a
never
history
met
check.
one that was. Certainly good at holding their liquor, though.
Well, I'm asking because, if Shotley here's all dressed up like Mr. Hurst and it was good enough for the statues, maybe it'll be good enough for the Minotaur if we see him again.
One can only hope.
David,
Yes.
go ahead and roll a history check. And all of you may join in if you wish.
Do I know that the place is donated to the history museum and not Hearst anymore?
You would
So
know that it is no longer in Hurst's possession. And in particular, the monsters might not recognize it as being Hurst's possession anymore, or might not even care where they are, just being told to defend the area and search for intruders.
David got a 2.
Alright. Wally?
History check.
Yes, please.
Ba-da-da-da. Oh, that's good. That's bad. Okay.
Is it a negative number?
Well, no, because all my intelligence stats are boosted by 4 anyways. But that is a 9, so that tells you what neighborhood I was hanging in before the modifier of +4.
Because of my modifier, I lost half my roll.
It's okay. Someday, buddy, you'll get there. You just keep reading those Latin books, and it'll come to you eventually.
Thanks, Wally.
Mm-hmm.
Shotley,
Yes,
what is
15.
15? You would have some more pertaining information towards minotaurs. You would know that minotaurs are typically used as solitary carnivores that roam labyrinths and dungeons. The scent of blood, the tearing of flesh, and the cracking of bones spurs a minotaur's lust for carnage and typically overwhelms all thoughts and reason. What that means in uh, game terms for you gentlemen, and Laura when she returns, is that it has advantage on perception checks to try to find any creature that has less than full HP and makes attacks against said creature or any creature that has less than full HP with advantage. So they hurt.
It just keeps coming and it won't stop coming.
Then it hits the ground and doesn't stop coming.
Back to the rules, and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb.
Fantastic. Shelley, do you share this information?
I do.
All right. Wally, you would have a little more information as well. A little slightly subsidiary off the beaten track. You didn't roll as well, but you do gain some information as well. You know that these animals, and in particular the one that you previously encountered, seems to have a lot lower intelligence than some of the other ones you've seen, but would probably know that this is a park, that this is a naturally occurring area, or someplace that it's trying to now defend. So it might be answering to an authority figure, but you suspect it's not Hurst himself. David,
Yes?
you know that minotaurs, when they hit you, they really hurt.
Because, yeah, David might remember a little something about getting hit by a minotaur.
You would know that, in
The rest-
particular, most minotaurs have two different methods of attacking. They use their great axe, and they have their horns, and they can choose to gore you instead.
Ooh. David does not like where this might go. David hopes that the disguise works.
Up to you.
David is he's afraid of that minotaur.
So I'm letting you gentlemen take lead on what you're doing and where you're going. Laura has stepped to the restroom for a moment. If you want, she can start leading the procession if you'd like.
No, we were retracing our steps towards the main area to try and get to the Celestial Hall.
So you have not explored most of the second floor. So to retrace your steps would lead you back to the hallway and staircase you were previously at. You can then continue to explore on the second floor if you wish.
Is the place we're trying to get on the second floor?
Negatory. It is on the third story.
Oh, so we need to go upstairs. So I guess we better ask her where the nearest stairwell of some kind is.
Yes, and you would gather that information based off the number of times that Laura has mentioned the staircase.
Well, no. Okay. Pull up the map again. Let me see. Okay.
Here, staircase.
Okay, perfect.
Staircase is over here as well.
So essentially, there's a staircase right outside the door.
You would retrace your steps out the way you came into Hurst's chambers, down the hallway to the staircase. Yes. The
But that
staircase
one
is-
goes up as well as down? I didn't realize that.
Yes, I did previously indicate that for you if you wanted.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on that. I thought when we came up that staircase, we came to the next floor. I didn't realize the stairs kept going. All right, so then I would know back to the stairs it is then, and up to the next floor, right?
Yes.
All right, then off we go.
All right. You proceed back through the passage that you previously used, and you notice that the suits of armor do act differently as Cholet approaches. They do
Ooh.
take notice and stand at attention as you approach the Cholet.
Guards.
Sir? And this is the first time you've heard them speak. No, you
How goes the patrol?
We are stationed here. We must remain here, ever vigilant, defending your desk.
Defending my...
Defending your desk.
Perfect.
There
I will
was
be
an
rich-
intruder previously.
Good eye. Good thing I've got a keen eye for superb guardsmen. I put both one hand on each shoulder of the guards.
Thank you, sir. He
No
tried to
problem.
steal your money.
As all do. I will be depositing some items. And retrieving some items as well. Make sure to keep a keen eye on any new intruders that come about.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you for your service. And then I give him the old salute.
The two-finger Cholet salute. Yep.
The PG-13 two-finger salute.
I'm glad. I'm just glad that it's two fingers.
Well,
I,
he does have two hands.
I make my way to the desk and I place. I think I had some cabbages.
You take out the cabbages from your inventory. There's
Take out the
slightly
cabbages.
roasted and brown.
And some chicken.
Okay. How
And
many hands of cabbage?
All of them.
Okay.
And and the chicken. And then I put those in the desk.
All right.
And then I retract everything that was in the desk.
So you take the.
Yeah. Making sure to keep the poisoned in the bag.
Okay. So the poison drachma is in the bag. The vials of pink liquid poison and the $6,000 are now added in your inventory.
And then I make my way to the exit. A little quicker than the rest of the party.
Cabbage.
Cabbages!
I didn't know he's been toasting me. He's a beautiful. Well done. Is this all Wally? This is all Wally. Both is good. I miss that movie so much. Yes. The Road to El Dorado.
That was a good movie.
Dave made a maze. Alright, fantastic. Wally, where are you in the marching order?
Somewhere in the middle. I think I'm flipping through one of those books as we walk.
Alright. Which book suits your fancy?
The one that had bits about bringing stuff to life seems interesting.
Alright, so this one's label shows on the spine of it. It shows at the top 2AA. It shows AA, the animation of automatons, and then on the subtitle below it, it describes sentiency. You flip
Alright,
through it
so
as you go.
yeah, I'll just kind of skim through it. Try like if I see an interesting passage, I'll look at it a little bit. But I'm low enough to the ground. I don't really have to look at my feet that much to walk.
David, you look over his shoulder occasionally, looking at his book, and realize there's no pictures in there. And the ones that are there are mostly sketches and hand drawn. There's no color to them. It's kind of boring.
It's like schematics of circuits and shit. Like,
How
what
can
are all
you
those
read this
lines
book?
that don't look like letters?
David, that is so perfect. How can you read this? There's no picture. No one bites like David.
Well done, well done.
What, did you think I was going to break into song?
I really do the entire song.
So Wally's towards the middle, and Laura's leading. Where's Shotley? Because I don't know if he's going to be in the back or towards the front.
Oh, I'm in the front. I'm out.
Okay. I'll follow. I'll be the last one out.
And I'll be right behind Cholet.
Okay.
Alright. I need everybody to roll perception, please.
Got spooked. You were going to
Jack
roll
follows.
initiative.
Yeah, I'm nose first in my book. That's going to be a solid 4.
Oof.
Perception.
Yes, please, perception.
Ooh, that's going to be a 19.
Nice. Okay.
Chalet sitting on a 7.
Nice. So, based off of the time necessary to cross the threshold of the chambers, and after investigating to make sure that there's no minotaur or any other books that are coming to life nearby, you take a few minutes to look about and find your way back to the passage you took, to the hallway, then back to the staircase as well. You hear as you approach the staircase, down below, the still heavy footfalls of the minotaur down below. And you still hear him thunking around, approaching different rooms, investigating. You hear a very heavy speaking in a language you don't understand. But David, go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Oh, please be good. Please be good. Please be good. 6.
It kind of sounds like he's grunting like a cow. Mrrr,
Like, you cut out right after grunting.
mrrr. It sounds like he's grunting and making bestial noises. A language that you recognize as having some sort of coherency to it, and you hear 2 different voices for it. Wally, you're able to distinguish from your book back and forth that it is quite in depth how much research Hearst put into this area and this area of study.
I need to minimize that.
Yeah, I might need to minimize that.
There you go.
David's personality got me triggered. Laura, did you roll perception as well?
Yeah, I got 12.
Okay.
I was unaware of everything. I'm walking, reading a book.
Yeah, you nose first in the book. You accidentally bump into everybody as they're slowing their pace. You step and follow behind the others as they ascend the staircase. This hallway in particular is not as you remember it, Laura. This hallway has been thrashed. both the north and south side of this hallway have large raking marks across the side of it. The artwork has been torn off the walls. The hangers and methods of displaying the art have been ripped and torn off. The walls themselves have the wallpaper torn off behind it, peeled back ever so slightly, and you do see writing behind it.
I would like to look over at Laura and go, that wasn't us.
Oh man, it's gonna take me forever to reconstruct all this.
Yeah, but first we're going to have to get rid of whoever did it. Celestial Suite?
I guess we keep making our way there.
There's writing beneath it.
Uh-oh.
Dun dun dun.
Laura tries to read.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
No, she didn't.
Oh no, there's
What?
writing. What do we do? Let's keep going. No!
See, you gotta know. See, Laura's just figuring out slowly that what we do in those situations is go the exact opposite direction as the hint.
Although Laura didn't say what she tried to read, she's just like, I try to read.
There's
Yeah, I
writing
kinda
on the
jumped
walls.
in there.
I break the wall down and light it on fire.
I rolled a 1 for reading. I licked the paint.
Yes, you did lick the paint. It tastes old and it tastes like iron. You're familiar with this taste. Sometimes you taste it in your own mouth when you rage, and sometimes you taste it on the edge of blades when you stab somebody.
But it doesn't taste like lead, right?
No, it doesn't taste like lead.
Good. One less thing. I'm just, looking out for David's safety and for whatever brain cells remain.
Brain cell.
Laura.
Now. It takes at least a few to breathe and walk around and such. So you got a few dozen successful ones, and a bunch of the others are keeping you going. You're just the same as everybody else, pal.
So Laura tries to read.
Just in general.
Just Laura tries to read. Laura, you recognize this to be in a script you're unfamiliar with. It uses Latin in its base, but you recognize it to be giant.
You can read giant.
You can read giant?
I can read
Oh,
giant.
yeah, you can read giant.
Oh, snap. You thought you had her.
I did. I thought I
I'm
did.
sorry, but if anyone's going to be the character that is the kryptonite to you as a DM, it's going to be your wife.
Yeah, it is.
She has already thought of every
You're
decision
right. I
you will
picked
ever
your
make,
languages
and she
for
is
you.
ahead of you.
I didn't know I was screwing myself. You recognize it as a description and a last will and testament to other Cyclopses that had been inside of here. They have writing. Some of them list family members. Some of them list different events. There's an apology in particular saying, sorry, I wasn't able to make it to the last tram. I am stuck inside of here. And you notice that there's a big 4-fingered handprint that drags about foot high on the wall, leading towards the Celestial Suite.
Okay.
You see a lot of "Remember me," "Sorry, David."
Guess I point this out to David and read it to him.
He also speaks.
Oh well, then there you go. Well, I still read it to him.
In case there's any big words.
Yes.
Do you read it in Cyclops, or do you translate it to the common tongue when you read it aloud?
Translate it to common.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
It does tell of a monster that had been summoned, and unfortunately, it also describes that the doors and hallways were locked, and he was stuck inside of here, hiding, waiting for the monster to come and get him. And he describes it as a monster with 3 heads. And as you look about, you notice that some of the art that had been destroyed still has puncture marks from large horns being pressed against it. You notice that there are burn scars in different areas and claw marks, and you identify them like you're familiar with animals. and the animals that were particularly kept here. You are quite familiar with the lions that were on the site, so you can recognize claw marks from lions, and you see horns that were previously thrust into the walls in different areas, goring different, or attempting to gore different animals or creatures. Sorry, I keep laughing at that.
Minimize the page.
Sorry.
Hey, I don't mind the real-time reactions because that's what's going to pop up in the stream anyways, and if people hear you laugh at it, they'll at least know why.
Sure.
Plus, they get the joy of listening to your wife yell at you about it every time. You need to minimize it.
Yes.
That's going to become like a meme. It'll just be
Hide
like your
the
character
memes.
illustrations, whatever they are, with the caption, "You need to minimize it."
Well, Laura, after you describe the endeavor and the outcome that you suspect to be either the abduction or death of another character that you previously ran into, what do you do?
Well, the message specifically mentions David, correct?
Yes, by name.
Okay. So I guess I asked David, do you have any idea of who might have been here? Do you know if...
It does mention the family's name as well.
Oh, okay.
It mentions that the wife's name starts with a D, and the son and daughter's first name start with a D. And
Oh no.
in his last will and testament, he mentioned that he wasn't able to make it down with the last tram out.
Oh.
Is it signed by Daniel?
It is signed by Daniel.
Oh.
Bartholomew, and you remember what his
Your
wife's
homie?
name was?
Was that your buddy?
Oh, why was he in here?
You can find
Yes.
out.
Yeah.
Dark.
Well, is it just a note is there that he left, or is there him there that is left?
Just the handprint.
Leading off towards the
Celestial Suite.
Oh boy, hopefully we find him in one piece. But yes, this is the Cyclops that I was fisticuffing with outside the bus, who got fire extinguished.
Yeah. I'm sure he's fine.
As you continue to investigate the area, you see more signs of altercations. He was not the only one that appears to be abducted. You see other similar messages written on walls from other characters that you didn't quite get to meet yet, or maybe have not had the intention to meet. Some of them, including Paris, is listed by name and sign, and you do see a letter that is, message written on the wall from Helen as well. You recognize this as being your supervisor.
Oh, yeah.
It says, "Run, run, they're coming for us, run, hide, find someplace safe, God's help us."
What language is that written in?
That one's written in English.
Okay. Just checking.
No, good question.
Okay.
God's help us.
Yes, Laura keeps investigating the hallway to see maybe what it's written in, or if is it just those two messages?
As you're familiar with most of the lore of the universe, most people don't have blood that comes out of them if they get pierced. Very recently, this is a very recent development. Right. And everybody that is related to a demigod or has a monstrous heritage has always bled gold. you find this to be has previously bled, but now they all bleed gold. So the fact that they're able to write messages to you in blood, one, it's off-putting because it's blood. Two, it's different because everybody else has been bleeding gold, including yourself when you got hurt, or anybody else that you care about. Whenever they get slashed or beaten or bruised, you notice that gold dust pours out of them. It is not a red indication like this.
Right.
Suspicious.
So it's not gold.
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Good question. Shelley,
This
what do you
one
do?
I look around the immediate area to see if I can find any other clues.
Then he's gonna say something else to steal.
I wish to steal David's letter.
It's like, is anything else not bolted down immediately nearby?
Go ahead and roll investigation, Shelley.
Is anything not bolted down? That will be 15 total.
You look about and you see bits of shrapnel, wood, and paintings that have been torn apart, their canvas cast asunder. A lot of the previous inks and paints, oils, and drawers of different shelving and display type equipment has been broke and shattered and scattered over the area. It looks to be rubble, and it looks to be some sort of large creature has come tumbling through here and destroyed as much of the hallway as possible before it then collected these people. And you see not only is there handprints on walls, but handprints on floors, and all of them seem to be dragged towards the same direction. You can just tell me if that's what you do.
Interesting.
I mean, you can pick up a chair. Yes, but you can still choose to do not the brain dead ideas.
What do you guys think? Ready to go?
Yeah. Let's be a little bit extra careful. It's getting a little spooky.
I just need some to say what they do.
Yes, Laura keeps going.
Fantastic.
David follows Laura.
So is that your marching order? Laura, David?
Surely.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll let myself bring up the rear, but I will put away the book at this point so that I can see the person in front of me because the torn up hallways got my attention. The last will and testament got my attention, and now I am engaged.
You also have Jack with you as well.
Yeah, but I'm a little creeped out now.
I'm just wondering what your position is in order. Do you want to be last or second to last?
Second to last is fine. So that I'll at least get a tiny squeal when Jack gets snagged.
So you just want a meat shield.
I mean, ideally, yeah, but because I know if I'm last in line, it's definitely going to matter. If Jack's last in line, probably nothing happens. But if I'm last in line, there's a pretty good chance that, roll a dexterity saving throw as a large hand reaches out of a nearby quote unquote painting.
It's pretty good perspective you have there, Wally.
Dungeon Daddy is always out to kill us.
I mean, that's kind of my
Sometimes.
job.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he's out to kill us. Sometimes he's out to make us not get killed, but we think he's trying to kill us anyway.
Yeah, you guys have that sort of perspective on what I do. Wally, what is your passive perception?
Oh, Wally's passivo. Oh,
So it is calculated by 10 plus your perception skill.
10 plus my however?
Your perception skill?
Oh, well then that 10 plus my perception would make it a 13.
Fantastic. Why are you looking at my notes?
I want to make sure you have my info right.
I do.
Spoilers! She knows what's coming, guys. Somebody get her to text you real quick.
I really don't. I have no idea.
Do you have
Find
any...
out how many hit points it has and what it's weak to. Offer her chocolates.
Does anybody have any speculation as to what it is so far?
As to what now?
To what the creature that's dragging things away is?
My vote's the Minotaur.
Something with clothes.
I'm gonna let you speculate while you search.
Okay.
Don't look at my book.
I'm not looking at your book.
Look at his book.
No. That was spoilers.
Yeah, I mean, plus we're in Hearst, and any number of things could be, in here or magical or after us or trying to start something.
I want to know why Hearst has all of those books on animating things. Like, did he animate all the statues and things outside?
It's an excellent question. I mean, they were connected to the statues, so I would think. Well, actually, if we're going to game this out, then I'll just roleplay it. Well, I mean, we asked the statues to shut down the security, and the doors opened. Do you think the statues are still coming, or do you think that our friend Terminus stopped them too?
I mean, the security might be only internal. I don't know if we're near any windows to take a peek out or not.
Are there any windows attached to this immediate hallway?
It's an interior hallway.
It's an interior hallway?
Correct.
We were going down a stairwell, and sometimes, if it's in a foyer or something like that, across from the stairs, there's a big window that looks out over the front yard. Or like,
yeah. So when we get to the stairs, we'll have to take a.
Oh, I thought we saw the writing in the closet and all that as we were going down the stairs.
Yeah, we did see that. Wait.
Going down the stairs?
That was in the hallway. We're still in a hallway.
Oh, we're still just in the hallway. Okay.
Let me recap.
Okay.
You left Hearst Chamber. You
Yes.
crossed the previous hallway you were in, where you fought the mimics, ascended to the third floor.
Sorry, yeah, so we did go up the stairs, though.
Yes.
I remembered a stairway section, and I remembered us seeing things on the walls, just making sure we're not still on the same floor. And as we went up the stairs, were there any windows out the front side of the building or facing us that allowed in a view that told us whether or not the hordes of whatever outside in the mist were still advancing or not?
There were windows inside a Hearst chamber that you could have looked at before you left. There are also windows as you're ascending the staircase. And off of this hallway, there are subsidiary hallways that do go off in different directions. Some of them are open to the exterior as well, if you wanted to investigate those areas. You do not have any windows presently in front of you unless you retrace your steps back to the stairwell, in which case there are.
We were just trying to game out whether or not anyone had noticed whether Terminus's shut down the security thing included whatever was coming towards the house. And none of us could really remember it, so we figured we'd ask you, hey, anywhere we've walked so far, was there a way for us to have noticed that?
You would be able to look outside and would have been able to as well. If you want to retroactively look outside, we can definitely say that yes, you were able to look outside and see that there was still an endless onslaught approaching. You do recall that there were, based off of the walls that you were looking at, the windows in the walls you were looking at, you were able to look out on most of the landscape around that was not obscured by the mist, which is only maybe 30 feet out from the Casa Grande. if you looked after you'd already interacted with Terminus, if you looked outside, you'd see that some of the zombies are now laying dead on the ground and trampled by their predecessors as they approached. You recognize that they have burns and singe marks, some of them still smoking, as lightning struck from the orbs that were on top of the pedestal figures that were out on the grounds area.
Alright, so whatever's coming is still coming. We're headed up to the 3rd floor, which means there's one more layer between us and the front door, should we need to make a hasty escape. Hearst Library seems like a good place to hole up if we have to. But I think you better show us whatever's in these celestial chambers that we're headed to. And if we're going to, we'd better do it quickly, because we might not have much time.
You would also know that you are presently on the 3rd floor.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, since I was gone for a second, can you show me again on the map where we are now? Boop, boop. Okay.
You would know that there is a hallway heading up in this direction.
Right.
And then another hallway leading this way and this way up into the celestial suite. There is a small raised area that you traverse to get into the celestial suite.
Right, because it's on like a semi-4th floor?
Yes.
Okay.
There is no official 4th floor.
Right.
It is only just ever so slightly raised up. You also helped construct it.
Yeah, so I would know.
Yes.
Okay.
He is Dungeon Daddy, though, so if he decides that magically there's a 4th floor, we're all going to have to deal with whatever is living there.
That's true. Alright, so we gotta keep going down the hallway.
Alright. I'm going to make stealth checks. And so far, so good. You continue on your pace down the hallway through the passages leading towards the staircase. Sorry, the small stairs that would ascend into the celestial suite. As you hang a left, turning southward towards the Casa Grande, you're able to peer all the way across to the south wing and see that there is a tail of a creature flicking back and forth over there.
Uh-oh.
The tail in particular does appear to be scaled, and it does have a ridge of scales along the precipice of its posterior region that do look quite spiky.
Does everybody see that, or just Laura?
Laura's first.
Yeah, Laura's in the front, so if she sticks an arm out, stops the group, and I guess you said David's right behind her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And points it out to David.
That
Saying,
by
A tail.
yeah, that weird looking tail, flicky, horsey thing.
you would,
Yeah.
as it continues to go about its business, notice that it has a cloven hoof on its posterior legs.
Tail and a hoof.
Yep.
Maybe we need to go a different way?
Wally,
Hmm.
you and Shotley would notice at about the same time as you also reach up to the edge of the corner, just behind David out of sight. You would see this creature, or at least the posterior region of the creature. You do notice its two hind legs, one of which is a cloven hoof. The other appears to be a scaled, almost reptilian paw.
Can we tell if it's, I guess, this is like the type of thing that Laura's super interested in, like, so she takes like just a couple steps closer
Okay.
to try to figure out if it's one animal or multiple.
Okay. As you approach, you do take note of its fur that is all over its hind quarters that does also ascend its abdomen. You notice that it has what appears to be a similar coat to a lion.
But it also has reptilian features.
It has 1 foot that's reptilian,
Uh-huh.
and it does also have a tail that's reptilian. That does meet at the base of its spine and transcends into a mixture between what appears to be a lion's coat and scales that meet at a point.
Okay. Laura tries to remember if she's seen anything like this before.
You have never heard of me.
Okay, nothing.
Unless you're familiar with Greek mythology.
Oh, well.
It's all Greek to me.
Ooh.
But
Just surely remember what it is.
Laura's got nothing.
'Cause he-
Everybody go ahead and make a history check.
Everybody?
Yep.
Do
You
you
have points in
do
the bag.
you want me to make one for Jack?
Nah, Jack's not helping. You're not asking.
Alright.
22.
ooh, David's happy about this one, sort of.
History plus 3.
That's a 16.
22.
Wally.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, I was attempting to drink a beverage when you called my name and I choked. Damn it, I just closed my character sheet. I rolled a 16. I'm assuming that it's wisdom for history? Or intelligence?
It is a intelligence-based stat.
So it's at least a 20 then.
Okay. Wally, your gift is pretty spot on. You would recognize this sort of creature and stylings to be an abomination of some kind. An amalgamation of different creatures. It is large and monstrous. You would recognize this as a Chimaera.
Mm-hmm.
A Chimaera combines the worst aspects of its 3 parts. Its dragon head drives it to raid, plunder, and accumulate. Its leonine head compels it to hunt and kill powerful creatures that threaten its territory. And its goat head grants it vicious, stubborn streak that compels it to fight to the death.
Mm-hmm.
You would also know that in particular, since you rolled so high, the 2 of you, that chimeras have no particular weaknesses. They do have very high perception and a very thick hide that does add to their armor class. You're also familiar with this color of dragon, being a red dragon, known for breathing fire. Also hinted at by the scorch marks in the other rooms.
I'm going to look at Laura and go, fight or fly? This doesn't end. Your friends don't stop dying. Your home doesn't stop getting destroyed until we kill this thing. But I don't know if face-to-face is the right way. What do you think?
I can't think of any immediate way we can beat this thing right now. Like,
Do you not think we should? Do you not think maybe we should try, and then if we have to, retreat to Hearst Library? Seems pretty secure.
well, we just alert the whole castle we're here. We're
We've
hiding
already done
from
that twice and managed to hide afterward.
from the Chimera.
Not from the Chimaera, but I mean, the Minotaur's not found us yet. The zombies out front didn't manage to alert anyone. Do we press our luck, or do we just get out of here and not look at the Celestial Suite, which several of us have been feeling like we should?
Class features on page 2, and your spells are on page 4.
David, you up for a fight?
Yeah, think so. Might have to actually try to plan this one. Does David recognize that it's a dragon head that does flamey stuff?
David, you would have had that pointed out to you by Laura and or Wally, probably simultaneously.
Okay. So, if it's gonna be shooting fire, maybe we shouldn't put the have the flammable people closer to it.
You could.
You know?
You could cast detect magic protection from their evil. That's up to you. Sorry, gentlemen.
Yeah. Because fire doesn't bother me. It doesn't look like it bothers Wally over here. But I think Shotley and Laura can get turned into a pile of ash.
It's a valid point.
So let me reiterate. What do you guys do?
I mean, David was asked if he's good for a fight. He said, yeah. So if we're gonna go fight, David's on board. Otherwise, David's fine with not. He's 50-50. He can go either way. If we're gonna fight, he's down.
Wally was trying to feel out Laura and see like how high her outrage level is. Like this was her home. Like this was her place, and this is the thing that's fucked it up and stolen all of her friends and like all the other employees, many of whom she probably liked. And he was just like, okay, so what do you think we should do? Do we come at this thing sideways, or are you mad and you want to do this now? And I don't know that Wally feels like he's gotten a proper answer from her yet, so he's probably going to look back at her and be like, you still haven't answered my question. What do we do now? This isn't our turf. This is your turf. What do you want to do?
I want to hook this thing out the window. Like,
Well, then, damn it, you heard the lady. Let's figure out a way to huck that damn thing out the window.
First thing we need is a window.
Well, we can find a window, but who's got a way to huck it? Do we beat on it first? Do we try to surprise it? Do we maybe try to bring down the walls around it and bury it so that it cannot attack us, but with maybe one of those heads? I mean, what are you thinking, lad? And lady, of course, this is your baby. Let's kill it.
If we bonk all the heads, maybe it'll fall asleep. Just,
It's
like if I
got
get
three
bonked.
heads and there's only 5 of us. It's very wee. I mean, it's tiny, so I don't know. You think we've got enough? Chotley, do you got enough room to maneuver in there if we're all dancing around? Can you pull off a shot with that bow?
I'm all
Yeah,
in
leave it to me.
I'm all in favor of killing this thing, but with the most minimal amount of damage to the surrounding area.
So let's say we try to keep it busy until Chotley can put some arrows into the mouths of anything that could breathe fire, and then once those mouths are shut, out the window it goes, like the lady said.
You would know that the creature itself is about 10 feet by 10 feet. If it is a large creature.
So what do you think? We try to keep it busy until Chotley can shut some of those mouths and then send it out the window? Let gravity do the rest of the work?
Maybe let the security system do the work after it gets out.
Well, that's for sure. Quite surprised Terminus isn't here right now. Actually, and then I turn to Chotley, Mr. Hurst, you think maybe you could get your statues to come give us a hand?
I make my way down the stairs. Well, there's only one way to try.
Well, you could have tried to call him from here.
That might alert the thingy.
Well, I mean, some things have telepathy, and it is a god that you're interfacing with here in the form of a statue.
I need everybody to make a stealth check as Shotley leaves.
Thank God for modifiers, because that's still a 15. Whew.
Okay, shrink that. That's going to be a 19. Breaking out the big sneaks.
18 for Shotley.
All right. As Wally's calling out back down towards Cholet, since Cholet departed, with the sum of everything being so low, you sense that the creature has detected you. And you watch as its rear legs reverse, and then you notice as the three-headed front of the monster turns the corner and starts to pace towards you. The creature, from your recognition, can't quite see you yet, but has heard where you are. You, based off the length of the hallway, you can see that it is close to 120 feet away, and the only reason you are able to peer through the pitch black between it and you is because of the orange glow that is emanated from the dragon's mouth as it approaches, illuminating the immediate area around it in dim light. Otherwise, it would be out of the visual distance you have. You have precisely... Pardon? I'm trying to find the appropriate die. Uh, 12 seconds until it is upon you.
And it already backed up and turned around.
It's
Cholet
backed up,
already halfway down the stairs. Oh
turned
god.
around, and
I'm
is
hoping he
approaching
comes
the
back with
hallway.
backup. I'm
Where's
really
Wally?
hoping he's got backup. He's gonna come back up and find Hamburger on the floor. Oh man. I hope he brings some statues and screws that thing up. Alright, we did say we are gonna keep it busy and send it out the window, so I'm gonna look over at David and go, alright, Biggin, which window you like? Let you look around and call your shot.
Are there windows on both sides or just on one side?
There are
Hey, you're
no
my Babe
windows
Ruth, baby.
present.
Pick it out. I'm going to take 5 real quick to walk Lily and have a cigarette. I'll be right back.
No worries.
What was
Oh,
that?
let me roll initiative because of where this is going and just put it in the text real fast.
That would be great.
So what was that you said, Dungeon Master, about the windows?
The hallway you are in is entirely encapsulated in black. There is no exterior windows present. There are doorways that peer and veer off left and right of you, but the monster is dead ahead.
Oh, so my next question was going to be, is there a way for me to know if I'm on, like, just one of the walls will lead straight to outside, or if it's going to be more rooms, but it sounds like I got rooms on both sides of me.
Correct. You would know that based off of where you are, there do appear to be rooms that lead off of this hallway. It does have similar layout to the floor below you, floor number 2. And floor number 2 did have rooms that spat out off of the main thoroughfare of the hallways. What are you looking for? And you recognize that the windows themselves and the exterior access points are all based off of the directions from the rooms, not from the hallway.
Okay, so it sounds like if we want to chuck this out of a window, we'll have to go into one of those side rooms and possibly make a window.
The side rooms, from what I described, would possibly have windows. Or have exterior access. But the hallway you're in does not.
Yeah. No, I got that the hallway we're in does not. That's why I said it sounds like we're going to have to go pick a room, and possibly have to make a bigger window to throw this thing out of.
Good assessment.
David's going to, in David fashion, to keep it busy, he's going to pull out... I'd like to reach into the backpack and pull out my anchor.
Alright, you reach into your backpack and do find the anchor with ease. Usually it didn't appear to you without you raging, but now you find it easier to obtain.
Nice. And I'd like to, at least until we roll for initiative, to begin the combat, wield the anchor, hold it, get ready to use it as the weapon, but also to take a step forward in order to present myself as, hey, you want some? Kind of that challenge stance.
Okay, so you want
So,
to draw its attention, I take it?
yeah, just since David's got a bigger health pool and he's also flame retardant, so I'm trying to make the Chimaera want to come after me, not so much Laura, and I don't want Shotley to come back up and get a face full of flames.
Fair enough. Alright, so you do interpose yourself in the way of the creature, so that way it would see you first if it were to continue in its current path. Shotley, what are you up to?
I am making my way down to the statues. Sorry, to the guards.
Alright, you are descending down, and you find that the floor you go down to is about another 30 feet to the doorway you previously used. And from there, you are able to then look into the previous chambers you were in for Hearst Castle, for Hearst's personal chambers.
Okay. They approach the door.
Okay. You approach the door, you open it, and you notice that the chambers are as you previously left them. The suits of armor that you previously interacted with were about 2 rooms away, and Terminus himself is in an attachment that deviates from the 3rd room present.
Sorry, I meant like the guards at his desk.
Yes.
Is that past Terminus?
That would be before Terminus. The suits
Okay.
of armor are in the 2nd room. So the
Okay.
initial room you walk in is the sleeping chambers. The 2nd room is
Okay,
a combination
yeah.
of study and closetry. The 3rd
Yes.
area is library, and another area that he uses to host people. The area that has Terminus is the 4th area off of there, if we were to describe them in a linear fashion.
Okay. It's at this point that I go into that room, and then I look for the statues. Or sorry, I look for the knights. I keep saying statues because I thought they were statues.
You approach them, and they are both standing, still at arms, ready, as you previously left them.
Guardsmen,
Hail!
I require your assistance.
How may we be of assistance, Lord?
There seems to be a bit of a pest problem on the 3rd floor. On the upper floor.
And what is this creature?
I believe it's the one they call the Chimaera.
Ah, we've never encountered one of these before. What do they look like?
A ghastly beast of mixed animals. Some say the head of a lion, the tail of a snake. Others have other ponderies, but nonetheless a ferocious beast.
Ah, and what would you have us do, my lord?
Slay it.
Ah, well,
I do have my other help, and they're currently currently assisting you with slaying the beast.
you have other help as well?
Just some new hires, adventurers that I hired to help take care of some of the pest problems.
They didn't happen to be the ones that were also digging through your equipment, were they? Through your desk?
No, that was a secure. I think that was a security check to see if my desk was still working with the traps and not. But the ones who will be helping you will be the big monoclops.
Ah, I am familiar with these. Usually we call them by their given Roman names, the Cyclops.
Yes, the Cyclops will be helping you.
Is
You will also
monoclops
have
the Roman name for it? We're unfamiliar with this.
no, just a regional dialect thing I picked up on one of my many travels. You see.
Ah, you are quite traveled, my lord.
There'll be also another female there help assisting you. The one they
Another?
call not another Cyclops, but a female,
Ah,
demi-human, and one more, a shorter stature.
Is he the gnome stature? Or how would you describe him, my lord?
Big beard, uh, portly.
You would describe him poorly.
Portly.
Oh, portly. Ah, yes, my lord. My apologies. My ears seem to be filled with dust. I am not quite able to determine what it is you inquire of me. But I will do my best, as will my brother. Yes, brother! Well, in that case, my lord, we will happily serve you and slay this foul creature. And we will take care and take heed to not hurt your allies, the monoclops, the woman, and the short portly one.
Quite good. Now let us go, gentlemen, to battle.
Lead the way, sir.
I make my way back up the stairs.
Alright, you leave, you hear a clang, 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 clang.
Knights into.
I noticed he left out yon Sparky child.
Yes, he did.
I did.
They follow you, all clangs and loud noises. As you approach the stairwell, you hear from down below, show like,
Harry, what is that?
coming from the Minotaur down below.
I better check it out.
And you hear his hoof prints approaching as well. We cut back to David staring down the Chimaera as it approaches. You notice that of the 3 heads, David, only one of them has spotted you. You notice that the keen feline eyes of the Chimaera has been able to pierce the darkness and see you up front. You stand in front of it. It is now approximately 90 feet away from you and continues its slow approach. You recognize now that it has taken a low posture. Its wings have pressed flat against its back, and the 2 heads have ducked under the main head of the feline as it approaches. It has its 2 front paws, claws extended, prowling towards you.
Hey, kitty-looking thingy.
Do you say this out loud?
Yes, I do. As it's pacing towards me. Hey, kitty-looking thing. Hey, how about you go somewhere else, find a nice scratching post?
Wally looks at David and goes, "Not everything is a girlfriend waiting to happen. Maybe this time we just smash. You've wanted to do that all day."
This isn't a girlfriend, it's a cat. It's a pet. How far away is it?
You start to hear from behind you now, in tow, Shotley panting as he climbs the staircase, quickly ascending, followed by clang, 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 clang. Shotley reappears now with his haunted helms in tow, his suits of armor of old.
Oh, the cavalry's arrived. How far away is the Chimaera from David?
It is still at least 45, at least 45 feet away and closing. You recognize that its pacing is about 30 feet a turn so far, as it's trying to prowl in front of you and get closer.
Okay. Hey Laura, can you find us a window to throw this out of? Just so we know where to drag it to throw it.
You would know that through any of the any of the doorways from this hallway, if you take either direction, eventually you would find a window of some kind or an outward-facing balcony area that you could use for it.
And how close are those two options? Since we're kind of in the middle of it.
I'm also trying to have Laura not be in the hallway because I don't want to have Laura be a pile of ash.
Just make it number.
Yeah, but I was trying to get a picture of it.
David's actually trying to be smart with this one.
Do you remember what it was called?
What was what?
So the exterior hallways for some of the guests' bedrooms that were on the 3rd floor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what the?
I don't think they have it.
I didn't think it did, but it was really cool, and we took pictures of it.
You did or I did?
No, I did. But essentially, they are hallways that are open air hallways to the outside that do overlook the esplanade down below. So, if you look, you probably can't see because I'm not streaming. I am now going to go live so you're able to see what I'm looking at. In particular, the exterior most section of this hallway. So you would take a hallway towards some of the outer walls. The walls themselves have large columns and a overhang, but are open to the outside air. So,
Okay.
I don't think you did. Which way is closer to the outside, so I can tell David which way to.
You would know that based off of where you're standing, the easiest direction is directly behind you. For some of the other exterior areas, there's some up front here, but there's also some previously on the north wing that you're in that would be north of you, behind you. So here has some, and here has some. So if you're here with Wally and Chote and David facing that way,
Right.
It'd be behind you or to your right.
Okay. So I tell David, the closest windows are behind us, but I'll worry about the windows. You can take care of the Chimaera.
Okie dokie. You ready, Wally?
Sure.
Is there anything you want to prepare or do before this creature engages you in combat?
I'm gonna take my hammer out and definitely have it ready. But
Okay, so you arm yourself. I need everybody to please roll initiative. Wally, I've already got this.
I love these dice.
I don't know. Mine just did a very nice thing.
What is initiative? 22. Do you want me to roll for Jet?
Sure.
I don't know what his.
He only has +1.
17.
David, what did you roll?
I got a 20.
Nice. Shola?
I should have one.
Not 20 plus my initiative. 24.
Right?
Nice.
Just toss that thing out the window.
Alright. I will roll for the Minotaur. Sorry, the Minotaur and the Chimera.
Don't tell anyone Casa Grande is the password.
What?
Alright, so our initiative order is going to be up first and front and center. Shotle, followed by Laura, David, Wally, Jack, then the Chimera, the suits of armor, and then if we get to it, the Minotaur.
I think it's funny that you said front and center when behind us and being chased by a Minotaur.
The center of my focus. He is the center of my will.
Well, he's the center of all of our hearts, but still.
So, leading the tail end of the pack, followed by his loyal soldier knights. Shotle, you have center stage. You start your round with 19 points. You recognize that the creature is still 45 feet away in front of you as well.
All right. At this point, I will point at it and tell the armor, there, the creature lies there.
And you notice, as you approach and continue to go forward, you gesticulate forward out in front as the suits of armor themselves have their swords drawn, pointed at the chest of Jack. His hands are up, eyes are wide. Yes, sir! We will defend you from this creature! They withdraw their points from Jack's chest, and then pointed at the monster ready to engage.
As they're pointing at the monster, I'm like, do be careful with my baggage boy here. I forgot to mention him. You know how the lesser help are.
Did you just call me the help, Shotle?
I look at him with a stern look, like, shut up.
The soldiers then arm themselves and prepare for battle. You have 18 points remaining.
I'm going to pull out my bone bow, knock it, aim at the... I got audio culture. You know what? I'm going to do a culture. I'm going to aim for one of the eyes. Of the creature.
Of which head? It has 6 eyes.
Oh, the main head. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go for the. So it has 3 sets of heads, right?
It has 3 heads in total. Yes.
Okay. Where are the heads located?
They are as if they are sprouted appendages from the shoulder blades of this creature. Off its right shoulder blade has a dragon's head. The central head has a lion's head. And off the left shoulder blade is the head of a ram.
I'm going to go with the dragon head.
Alright. Go ahead and roll your 2d8.
Alright, come on. Alright, it's going to be a 9.
Nice. Alright, so that will be added on to your to hit. Do you choose to fire at the creature?
I will fire at the creature.
Alright. So in your ranged attack, make sure you include your +7 for your typical weapon proficiency, and you're now +9. You also sustain 4 points of damage.
Alright, that'll be a 31 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. I hope that hits.
Yes.
Okay. And because of my class feature, that will be an auto crit.
It will, yes. I'm so happy he's using it.
Oh, I have advantage on the roll. I'll just go ahead.
Just in case.
You never know. Oh, thank God, that was a 1. All right, so I've got my 9, and then I will roll my damage. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember what bow damage is.
So your weapon damage. May I borrow the player's handbook, darling?
I can look it up right now.
I believe it's 1d8. Since it's your longbow.
Yeah. Bow. Longbow is a D8, yes.
Yeah, 1d8 piercing damage. It does consume 1 point of ammunition on use.
That will be a 2.
Nice. Plus
Hell
your dex,
yeah.
plus 9.
Plus my dex, which is 4. That will be a 6. Plus 9 will be 15. And then my sneak attack, which is now 3d6, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. All right. 9.
Nice. So, you also deal maximum possible damage on top of that since it's a critical. So your 3d6 has a maximum possible of 18 plus your maximum possible with your d8 being an 8. So I'll tally that up for you. You dealt a total of 50 points of damage with your sneak attack critical against the Chimaera.
Jeez.
Nice.
Alright. With that, you fire and you hear the arrow whistle past David's ear, just sailing true, not even wavering from its path for a split moment. It impacts solidly into the right eye of the dragon as it aims and starts to take in the small, dim light of the area in the hallway. It looks at you, takes aim with its fire breath, and immediately receives the arrow, and it pierces directly into the eye socket of the dragon, and you see the shaft and feathering of the arrow starts to look about wildly as well, rolling in its socket. That is 5 points from you for the attack, and you have 12 remaining.
At this point, I will hide around one of the corners, but like keep an eye on it, and then bank the points.
Alright, so you use 2 points of movement, 1 to get out of the way, 1 to take cover. Do you hide as well, or just take cover?
I will attempt to hide as well.
Alright, go ahead and make a stealth check.
23.
Nice. Alright, and you bank the remaining 7 points. Right. After Cholet goes Laura. What's she gonna do?
I might need your help with all these numbers and things. Laura is.
Okay, so why don't you say the name?
Okay, Laura casts Guiding Bolt.
Ooh.
And I'm at 5, right?
So you are a cleric at level 5.
Okay.
but you have a limited number of spell slots.
Right.
So in particular, you have 4 level 1 spell slots, 3 level 2 spell slots, and 2 level 3 spell slots.
Okay. So she'll use one of the level ones.
Okay. So go ahead and describe slowly what that is.
You want me to just read it? Okay. Alright, so Guiding Bolt is a flash of light streaks towards a creature of your choice within range. And make a ranged spell attack against the target. And let's see, before the end of your next turn, it has advantage thanks to the mystical dim light glittering on the target until then. So when Corey gets back, I'll roll, and the next attack roll made against the Chimaera has advantage on it. So whoever's after me, David, will have advantage on something after me.
Ooh.
45 feet away.
Yeah.
You do have currently line of sight of the monster, but not impeding from casting it. You also notice that the components listed there are V and S. That stands for verbal and somatic. So somatic meaning a physical gesture or motion of some kind, and verbal meaning a spoken word or incantation.
Right.
So what does it sound like and look like as Laura casts this spell?
So it sounds, the way Laura casts it is like she's kind of miming having like a bow and arrow almost. So pulling an invisible arrow, notching it, and then it sounds like kind of one of those whistling fireworks.
So Laura makes this.
I make the sound. Laura makes the whistling fireworks sound.
She says pew
Very
pew
good.
and things die.
Please die.
Alright, so I believe it should be a D8 for weapon damage.
It says, it should say on here, 4d6, or is that if it hits?
So, you make a ranged spell attack against the creature. So you take your D20,
This one?
and you use your ranged spell attack modifier, which is a +3. And you cast it. So you roll a D20 and see how many class of the creature.
So it'll be a 14 plus 3.
It's apparently a +7.
Yeah, but it says +7 right here. So that is a 21.
Correct, that does hit. So go ahead and roll your 46 damage.
Probably fine.
I believe that.
Oh, here's 5 and 5. And 3 and 4.
So I was not telling you.
10, 17.
17 points of damage. Alright. So that does consume 5 points for you. You've had a total of 17 at the start of the round, so you have 12 points remaining. And you've expended 1 level 1 spell slot. What are you going to do next?
A bank rest.
Alright. Turn the bank. 12 points. You can cast it again if you want.
Cast it again. Same thing. Okay. How many did that do?
5 points of your 17.
Oh, okay. So I have 12.
Yes.
Okay, so I will.
So,
It's different. Okay. I will cast it again.
Alright, go ahead and make your ranged spell attack. D20 plus
This
7.
one?
Yes. Same thing you did.
13?
Alright, that one does not hit the creature.
Okay.
You draw your arrow back after you reload your mimed bow and fire your arrow. As it goes through, you make the noise. All of you gentlemen see as it spirals, corkscrewing towards the lion's head, as it just ding, bounces straight off its nose. Not its final purchase. But I believe
As I read that part.
And, since you hit it previously, you gain advantage on the attack.
Oh, okay.
So you can roll again.
I'll roll again.
Much better.
Okay. 19.
That does hit.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. This one and this one.
Yes, I would recommend grabbing 4d6 since we have 4d6. But it's up to you.
16.
Nice. 16 points of damage, adding to 33 points of damage for the round. And that leaves you with 7 points remaining.
Right, I will bank those.
You're going to bank all 7.
I am.
All right. We go then to David. David, you notice that the Chimaera is still encroaching towards you. It is now approximately 30 feet away from you.
Oh boy.
You start your turn, and you gain 26 points to use.
Okay. So, 30 feet away, I'm going to throw the anchor at the dragon head. Because that one's the main head, correct?
The central head is the lion's head. However, with your knowledge of chimeras, you know they are able to operate with fewer than 3 as long as their number of heads is greater than or equal to 1.
Let's go for the lion head instead.
Right. So go ahead and make your ranged attack. So you would have a +5 to hit.
It's going to be a 21.
All right, that does hit. So go ahead and roll damage. You're also not raging.
I am not. Where's the... I'm looking just to make sure I remember the damage for the anchor, but...
Since you are throwing it with 2 hands, it is a versatile weapon dealing 1d10 damage.
1d10. Okie dokie. That is a 6.
Nice. Plus your dexterity modifier. Oh, sorry, it's a strength-based thing. So you would add your strength modifier to it.
Wait, I thought strength was if I used it as a melee weapon.
Correct. Depending on if the weapon is hurled and it's a heavy thrown object like a boulder, if you were to throw something that is obnoxiously obtrusive or of elongated shape that would not spiral like a dagger might or an arrow might, you can use strength instead.
Okay.
And that's simply because that's how far you can throw it is dependent upon how strong you are.
Okay.
So go ahead and add your strength modifier to damage to it.
So then that would be 10.
Nice. All right. So you did not specify intent upon casting out the anchor. So as it flies, it spins end over end, wham, square into the face of the lion. And just in case it's a critical, go ahead and roll your attack one more time. You do make that attack with advantage because Laura cast Guiding Bolts upon it.
Okay. So roll the d20 again.
Yes, please.
And we've got... That fell off the table. And then it was +5?
It was just to see if it was a critical, because the previous one hit.
No, it was a 17 instead of a 16 that I got.
Totally fine.
So it was not the mystical 20.
Totally fine. So you did impact wham, straight into the head of the lion. You notice as the sea urchin-like spikes grow out of the concrete anchor, impaling upon the face of the lion. You hear a yelp from the cat's maw, as it's pierced with these sea urchin spikes. Since you did not specify intent upon it, the anchor has the chain dragged all along the floor. It is now limply hanging upon the floor directly to you. It has not done anything other than impact the surface.
I'd like to. I think I'd like to try something a little bit new. Since I'm used to the anchor pulling me, I'd like to grab the chain and just yank that anchor right back at me.
Do you will it to detach from the creature?
Let's see. This creature's pretty hefty, right?
Yes, it is a large monstrosity. You would suspect it to weigh close to 1,000 pounds.
Okay, I should probably will the anchor to let go then.
It's up to you.
Sorry, what was that?
It is up to you. You do also know that it has a fire-breathing weapon, and if you're trying to keep it away from your friends, bringing it closer to you defeats your intended purpose.
That is true. Yeah, I'd like to will the anchor to let go first, and then bring it back.
Alright, you whip out with your hand on the chain, sending a shockwave through to the sea urchin spikes. They detach and retract into the anchor as the then tail end of the whip catches it and flings itself back to you. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Alrighty. It's going to be a 26.
Alright, it comes flying back even faster than how you threw it. You catch it, one hand over the other. Whack! Catch it square in your hands. You spin but a hair, not even breaking the sweat, saving it from impacting into Laurel.
Nice.
You do have 20 points remaining.
I would like to bank the points that I still have, but before I end the turn, I'd like to, because Shotley's behind me, correct?
Correct.
He's. I would like to, before I end my turn, tell Shotley to throw me at it, using that spear throwing thing that we can do.
Alright, so you turn to Shotley and say,
Throw me at the creature.
Surely looks at his biceps like, can't do that.
Yes, you can.
But, and then I start running up, and then I will him inside of me.
Alright, so you spend 3 points to pull him inside of you.
And then I kind of gauge the distance between me and the creature.
It is approximately 35 feet away from you.
I go to the nearest edge, kind of corner, and I throw him at the creature. I kind of choose a position around the creature, and I throw him there.
Alright. David, you are momentarily transcending upon a plane you have very infrequently visited. Your body disintegrates and you no longer have a sense of self. As you are pulled and drawn towards Shotley, you find it nearly impossible to move of your own free will. You transcend the distance in but a second and then feel yourself expelled from him towards the creature. Shotley, do you throw him at the center point of the hallway, off to a side point? Because the hallway itself is 20 feet wide, and the creature occupies a 10 by 10 section. So how do you determine where you throw him?
Well, also, just because I'm curious, how tall is the hallway?
The tallest part of the hallway you recognize is 45 feet above you.
Is the creature under that 45 distance thing?
Most of the hallway is 45 feet, yes. It is dependent upon where Shotley throws you, though. So, Shotley,
Yes.
where do you throw him?
I throw him at the foot of the creature, like where his front paws would be.
Fantastic. All right, David.
Yep.
Go ahead and make a melee attack.
The D20 or the rolling damage?
It would be a D20, sir. This is a to hit attack.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 5. What is my plus to hit?
It is strength based, so you would use your weapon proficiency and strength modifier.
So that would be a plus.
Plus 7 total.
Yeah, so I was going to ask if you said proficiency bonus. I kind of blanked out for a hot second. Yeah, that'd be a plus 7. So that would be a 13.
Nice. All right. Unfortunately, that does not pierce the animal's armor class. However, you deal the effect of the attack to him nonetheless. You momentarily make him lose balance and knock him skyward 10 feet. The creature's wings unfurl out from behind it as it then descends gently onto the ground within melee range of you.
Nice.
You still have 20 points remaining if you choose to use any of them, and Shirley you have 4 points remaining.
So it got knocked 10 feet up in the air, and I'm within melee range.
It got knocked up 10 feet and slowly descended back towards you.
Okay.
Into melee range.
Ooh.
I would like to use the anchor and just swing for the fences at it.
Alright, you can attack up to 4 times if you wish.
I would like to attack 3 times.
Alright, so you expend 15 points, attacking 3 times. It does have a decrease to its armor class temporarily because it was knocked up and is off balance.
Okay. So that's going to be first one's going to be a 10.
Alright. That does not hit.
$18.
That one does hit.
$6.
That one does not hit. As the creature descends, you swing once at its paws as it's lowering down towards you. It bats your anchor aside. With your second blow, you go for an upward strike, trying to hit just below the jaw of the lion. This one does land. Go ahead and roll damage. Should be
Okay,
your 1d10 plus strength.
D10. That's going to be an 8.
Alright. This one, you hear a clack, and you break off a fang of the lion's maw.
Ooh.
It goes flying and cascading onto the ground below. The third swing, you try a horizontal strike, seeing if you can clack all the heads together like a Newton's cradle. This one, they're quite familiar with, and saw it coming. They all simultaneously lift their 3 heads straight up as you are swinging horizontally and get a big whiff as you get nothing but air. You have 5 points remaining.
I would like to bank those points. And end
Okay.
my turn.
After you, we go to Wally. Wally, what you gonna do?
So, Kitty Face is distracted looking at them because they just keep punching and hitting the crap out of it, right?
So far.
Has Ramhead or Snakehead poked out yet?
The snake head is a dragon's head.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon's head has a arrow sticking out of its right eye socket, as it is feverishly looking about trying to find where Shotley is, and it seems to have affixed its gaze towards him. The ram's head is also facing towards David.
Okay, so the dragon's head is looking at Shotley. Is he standing to my left or my right?
Shotley would be off to your left.
The ram's head is looking at David. Is he to my left or my right?
David is dead ahead in the middle of the lion.
Hmm.
And David is about 30 feet away from you.
All right, then. I'm going to move forward 15 feet so that I'm still out of melee range with this thing. And then I'm going to huck my hammer at the snakehead.
All right. So just so we're clear, do you mean the dragon's head?
Oh, yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
+7 on a range. It makes that a 19.
All right, that does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
D4 plus what?
It'd be your
Dex.
dexterity.
And then... All right, so that would be a 7 then?
All right.
Or I also get a proficiency bonus because...
You do not apply proficiency bonuses to damage.
Ah. All right, 7.
All right. You expend 5 points, throwing the hammer and hitting the dragon's head. This one bops it on the nose, and you notice that it makes a large indentation on its frontal cavity. You hear a small shattering of bones in front. The hammer falls in front of it.
In front of it, huh?
Yes, it would be off to David's left-hand side, the Chimaera's right-hand side.
Can I pull it back without it having to go through David?
It would not have to intersect with David, but you would be in way of maybe Laura having to make a dexterity check to dodge.
Can I will the hammer to catch fire to try and get the thing's attention?
You would know that the dragon has immunity to fire since it's a red dragon.
Oh, it's not about hurting it. It's about getting those eyes to look at something else long enough for an attack of opportunity.
I think you're misquoting some terminology. Attack of opportunity only occurs when a creature leaves melee range, unless you're trying to say an attack that is made purely by the opportunity presented by the distraction. Is that what
Fair enough. Can I distract it by having my hammer glow like a laser pointer right in front of the kitty?
You may happily do so. Go ahead and make a performance check.
Where we at? Performance. That'll be a 17.
All right. The kitty has very low intelligence. I will have Laura roll. Laura, please make an intelligence saving throw for the creature. All right. Wally, what did you roll?
17.
All right. Well, it helps if you don't roll it around in the box.
There you go.
All right. It rolled a 9, and it has a -4 to its intelligence.
Ooh. Making David look smart.
Yeah. David,
That's
as you are heated in the grips of battle, enthralled with this creature, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw as well.
Ah. 30. All right, let's go. -1.
You rolled a...
No, it's gonna be a 13.
Okay. You're not as distracted as the Chimaera is. You are both hands on the anchor, wailing away, trying to deal as much damage, protect your friends, find your fighting buddies that you previously lost here. And you get distracted ever for a moment as you're wailing on the cat's head. They're dodging and dipping under your strikes, impacted by a hammer. You're like, yeah, that must have been Wally. And then it hits the ground and you hear a starts to sizzle. You start to hear from the floor below you. You start to smell the burning of carpet. And you look down and notice that Wally's hammer, after previously impacting with the dragon, is now burning a small section of the carpet by your left ankle. It's about 3 feet away from you. And you notice that even though you are still menacingly in front of the Chimaera, you still have your anchor ready to strike. The Chimaera with the dragon's head and the lion's head peer down at the hammer and stare at it blankly. Wally.
Yeah, how many points I got?
You did expend 6 points in doing so you have 11 remaining.
All right, I would like to attempt to use however many points is necessary to, just like I would play with a cat, attempt to pull the hammer, but only like a foot, just enough to make it skitter across the floor a little bit, and to make that thing lunge, and hopefully give David the chance to knock it the F out.
All right. Go ahead and make an Arcana check, Wally.
I'm working this kitty, man. Whoa, my Arcana bonus is nice. That is a dirty 20.
All right. You are able to gauge just as much as you desire out of the critical pull that you desire from your hammer. You pull it but a foot at a time. The creature is going to make its multi-attack trying to pounce onto this hammer. I will have Laura roll for the attack. It makes 3 attacks. The first one is a bite attack. It makes a 15. What was your Arcana roll?
It was a dirty 20.
All right, so that is a 15 versus 20. That does not hit. That's the bite coming from the dragon's head. It's now going to make a claw attack towards it as well. That one is a 21. So it does manage to loop its claws through parts of the hammer's drawstring that you have nearby and pin it down to the floor as you continue to struggle with it. And then it uses its last melee attack to try to butt towards David. And it rolls a critical 20 plus 7 to hit. So David does 27 hit.
Yeah, 27 will hit me.
All right. You take 16 points of bludgeoning damage from the ram's head.
Me, ouch.
All right. That puts you at 44.
He didn't get a chance, because this thing is 10 feet by 10 feet. He didn't get a chance. None of those heads came within 5 feet when they weren't before and gave him
It's not when they come into range of his attack that he gets to make the attacks. It's when they're leaving the square adjacent to him that he can make the attacks. So in their continued pursuit, had they not caught it, he would definitely be able to make the attacks. Or he may choose to expend his 5 points now to make the attack whenever he wishes.
Okay.
I'll go for the attack when they exit melee range, or when they're going to leave it.
So they did stop and are not going to be leaving melee range. They have pinned down the hammer temporarily.
Oh.
I liked Laura's buff the tank idea, which is why I was kind of going for the same thing, but didn't work out. Sorry, bro.
How far? What part of it am I near? Like, am I near the middle? Am I near the backside?
You recognize that you are between the foremost head, the front head, the lion's head, and the ram's head. They are adjacent to you, taking both the front square in front of you and the one adjacent to you on the left-hand side. So the ram's head is in front of you, and that's the one that bludgeons you. It lets out a bah! As it rams you with its forehead.
Oh. Can I use my remaining points to smack the ram's head?
If you wish.
I would like to do so in a vertical fashion.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Under the chin or across the top of the skull?
Across the top.
Ooh, he's gonna hammer the nail. All right.
Hopefully gonna bonk it into the ground. So with a +5, that will be 21.
It is a +7 for you, I believe.
Then that'll be a 23.
All right, that does hit. So you do wail square on top of the head of this beast. Go ahead and roll your 1d10 damage, and be sure to add your strength modifier.
Add my which modifier?
Strength modifier.
Are there spikes still out on that thing? Are you getting some piercing damage on this bitch?
They pierce if he wills them to pierce, and that's part of the
Oh, I misunderstood that. I thought it was like an
Oh.
in and out thing as opposed to a hit then out. My bad.
So that was going to I rolled a 4 with my +4 strength. It's going to be an 8.
All right.
Ooh, nasty.
8 points of damage.
Is my smack enough? Did I hit it hard enough coming down to knock the ram's head into onto the ground?
It would make a solid thump as it hit the floor. Go ahead and roll 1d4 for extra bludgeoning damage as it hits the ground.
I mean, I'll take the extra damage. Pop a fleur like that. That's a 1.
All right, it takes an extra 1 point of damage. Nice.
The reason I was asking if the head made contact with the ground is I'd like to will the spikes, because can't I will the spikes to stick it to the ground?
You can try.
Can I try that?
All right. You do recognize that a lot of your control over the spikes is determined by if you're raging or not, and the intent at which you declare before you make the attack. So if you say, I want to make a vertical attack against it, trying to impale it to the ground, and using the spikes to try to adhere it to the ground with you, you would have a higher likelihood of doing it. But go ahead and roll a 1d20 and add your charisma modifier.
Add your charisma modifier to see if you convince the DM to let you do it.
Come on, Anchor. Ooh. That's a 3.
Roll a new character.
All right, your anchor whams straight on top of the ram's head. You recognize it dealing as bludgeoning damage, and then the sea urchin spikes pierce into the flesh of the ram itself, adhering the anchor to the ram's head. The momentum carrying from the anchor into the ram's head, knocking it and staying together, adhering together because of the sea urchin spikes, whacking into the floor. You hear a thwack, and then the ram's head lifts back up towards its normal position, still with your anchor on top of it. And unfortunately, that leaves you with 0 points remaining.
How mad does it look?
That head in particular, you can't see its eyes because your anchor's obstructing it, but based off of how heavily it's breathing, you suspect it's quite angry.
Oh boy.
How many points do I have left?
Wally, you have 10 points remaining.
Is it okay? So the animal has captured the loop of the hammer with a claw. Like most animals, when the hammer stops moving, is it like tapping its claws, like it's waiting for the game to start again?
You notice that one claw looped through the hammer, the other paw pinned down the shaft of the hammer itself, and it seems quite content that it has trapped it. It doesn't look like it's looking to let go. It looks like it's very enticed to have pounced on top of it to stop it since it did harm it.
How many heads are focused on what both front paws are doing?
Currently, only the lion's head seems to be dictating where the paws are going.
So the dragon's looking around.
The dragon has still remained. It looked at the hammer as it began to blow. Once the paws caught it, it then focused back onto Shotley.
Back on the Shotley. Ooh, this thing's got an interesting sort of intelligence. Okay, Hammer's keeping the kitty busy. He's going toe to toe with the ram.
What you gonna do, Wally?
I think I would like to throw a fireball at the dragon to get its a fire mote cantrip at the dragon to get its attention.
Is that your fire bolt cantrip that you're talking about?
Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Just double checking, making sure I'm not
Yeah.
using the fireball.
Only I don't have my hammer as my physical component, or as my material component. So you know what? Actually, I'm gonna cancel that. I'm going to instead.
You would know that your cantrip, your fire bolt evocation cantrip, requires only the verbal and somatic. You use your hammer as an arcane focus to try to help aim it, but you do not require your hammer to cast it.
Okay, here's an interesting idea. Can I try and make my hammer fire my firebolt cantrip like it always does into the lion's face?
The tricky bit is that the reason your hammer is able to cast it is because your hammer is touching you.
Okay. Okay. So the Vulcan heating up that it sometimes does doesn't mean it's predisposed to heat. It means it was responding to me.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, my bad. Okay. I tell you what, I'm gonna turn around real quick and see how close the Minotaur.
You hear its hoof beats heavily on the stairwell. You recognize that the hallway you traversed behind you is about another 60 feet to the stairwell, and you have no inclination. You see just the faint remnants of light drifting upwards towards the floor you're on. You suspect he's at least
60 feet. Okay.
20 or 30 feet below you.
And 60 feet down the hall. Okay, fine. We got time on him then. Whirling back around. You know what? Let's play some roulette. I'm gonna look down at Kirby and go, "Give me something short and pointy."
One moment, please. The camp goddess has spoken. You hear from Kirby, small puttering as your hand fills with small thumbtacks.
Oh, nice. I'll tell you what, if Kirby wants to be a smartass, or if the goddess of gaming wants to be a smartass and through her Kirby, I'm going to quickly use 1 point to remove my shoe, 1 more point to remove my sock. I'm going to fill that sock with those thumbtacks. I'm going to use 1 more point to put my shoe back on, and then I'm going to make a ranged attack to throw a sock full of thumbtacks down the dragon's throat like a basketball shot.
Do you tie the end of the sock?
Ooh.
Because that might be crucial here.
Yeah, I'll tie the end of the sock. That's cool.
Okay. Go ahead and make a ranged attack. This is, however, an improvised weapon and not something you are proficient with, so you'll only add
Also,
your
the gods will
dexterity
give it to me, but they won't smile on my efforts.
modifier.
I see what's up. So, plus what to hit on this?
+4.
That's an 11. I missed.
All right. So
Come
I
on.
will allow the dungeon mistress to make an intelligence check for the cat-like creature.
I mean, I was throwing at the dragon's mouth, but if the cat wants to eat it,
I thought you said you were throwing it at the cat.
I was trying to sink that thing in the open dragon mouth because the kitty's busy right now, and I wanted to get the attention of the dragon off of Shotle.
Okay. You would recognize that the dragon's mouth was closed.
Oh, I thought it was like, hissing and snapping as it attempted to locate Shotle because he shot it.
It's using its eye, and it has, through its teeth, a glittering gold color illuminating the area.
And as it's shot in the eye and gold's leaking, it's not opening and closing its mouth to clear its airway. No, I'm just kidding.
No more than usual. However, as
All
you
right.
hunk this sack of What were they? Pushpins? What did you call them?
She gave me thumbtacks.
My apologies. Brand named thumbtacks. You notice that they're all a very similar color. What color are they, Shotley?
They're brown.
They're brown thumbtacks. Nice. Wally, you do manage to shove what appears to be close to 30 thumbtacks into the edge of the sock, just in the toe and heel region. You manage to pile another 30 more inside of the length of your tube sock, tie it tight at the edge, and you huck it. It flies end over end in a loose blob-like shape, similar to what you've done at camp with the water balloon tosses you're familiar with, except this time slightly more deadly. It flies end over end straight towards the dragon. Its mouth is closed, but the impact of it does hit. You deal 1 point of piercing damage to the dragon's face, and with that, your sack of pushpins falls flat in front of it on top of the cat's paw, dealing another 1 point of piercing damage. And the cat rears its hand back, goes and bites it, and swallows it. I will allow you to roll 8d8 damage for the internal structural damage done by the piercing of the thumbtacks.
I will never doubt you again, Dungeon Goddess. 38.
Nice.
Not bad. Better than average. The max is 64, so I'm above the halfway point. I'll take it.
All right.
38 points of tack damage.
All right, Wally. So with the combined effort of petitioning Kirby for the thumbtacks, removing your shoe sock, loading your sock, and then reloading your shoe onto your foot, and heaving the attack of the thumbtack-filled sock, you have 1 point remaining.
I'm gonna bank that just in case the fool steps in close. Like I'll just.
All right. That ends your turn and goes to Jack. Jack, being at the rearmost section of the party, looks back towards the hallway the Minotaur was approaching from, hears him getting louder, and reaches out and pats Wally on the back, and reaches over your right shoulder, Wally, and grips you tightly for a second with his left hand and whispers to you, I think the Minotaur is going to be here quite quickly as soon as he sees us. I think the stairs are slowing him down because of his feet. You also instinctively...
That's useful information. I did just throw some lovely conductive metal into that thing's throat.
Yeah, all right, I get it. He flicks out his wristwatch into a lightning bolt, gesticulates outward, pointing ferociously towards the Chimaera, and says, hey, kitty, kitty, kitty! And he's going to cast his lightning bolt. For that, Laura, would you like to make a ranged attack?
Sorry, David, you might die.
I'm not lightning proof.
Yeah, David, you might. Laura's rolling crits.
Oh no.
Wait, you're wearing rubber-soled shoes, right?
No, he's wearing...
I'm wearing boots that seduced me.
Oh, but the boots are rubber-soled, right? They might be steel-toed. They should still have rubber soles. Wait, how old are these boots?
These boots are from a legend that you slayed. So you suspect that they might be made of leather or some composite resin that might not be conducive to electricity, but based off his proximity and the anchor still being in contact with it and having a direct line to him,
oh boy,
he might be in the area of effect / damage. It is a wee bit late now, yeah. How much damage was it? 66 or 86? We'll do 8.
Good luck, kids. I'm standing within like 10, 15 feet anyway, so if that thing... I'm right there with you, Davi. Don't worry.
86. Go ahead and roll those, babe.
I mean, what I really wanted to do was just be like, I'm gonna bank all my points. Look at Laura and ladies first. This is your house. If you want to bitch slap him first, that's all you.
12, 22.
I still kind of want to kill it, like have it have 1 HP, and then like hold it down and just be like, all right, Laura, coup de grace yours.
All right. So you watch as Lightning Boy lives up to his name, casting
Oh,
forth
snap.
a torrent of thunderous energy down the hallway. Wally, your beard and all of your facial hair and any hair on your body stands on edge as he gathers this electrical conduit energy beside you. He hums as he's drawing in the power, and it fires a golden bolt straight at the Chimaera. It impacts the mouth and jumps around, shocking internally, and you recognize as the now dark hallway previously is now illuminated with 1,000 pinprick-sized lights that start to decorate as if they are small, tiny stars on the outside, on the exterior walls around you, from the pinpricks inside.
Wally quickly yells, everyone close your mouths! I don't want anybody to have to taste this shit.
You recognize that the shock eventually dies down and the cat goes and coughs out a waft of smoke, still fighting, looking a little haggard.
Oh, okay.
After that, Jack's gonna look at it for a second, and he's going to turn around and cast something he's never done before that he very recently discovered he's able to do on the island. And he's going to cast Protection from Energy. I think it's Protection. Yeah, it's under P.
Jack's been on my laptop when I'm not looking, huh?
He was on the island with Calypso.
Oh, okay. Like he's looking up
So
what spells he's
protection,
got when no one's paying attention.
PRO. Protection. Okay. Alright, Protection from Energy. He's going to cast a 3rd level Abjuration spell. And it's going to be a concentration spell. And he's going to cast it at a higher level. He's going to use his 4th level spell slot to select more than one creature with it. And he's going to choose Cholet and Laura. And he's going to point out towards the two of you and say, Guardate! Which is guard yourself, protect yourself. And he's going to choose Fire, which is going to grant the two of you resistance to fire for the duration that he maintains concentration on the spell for up to 10 minutes. And he is going to then leave Wally's side and then go back towards the staircase previously mentioned, and again turn to Laura and shall I say, I'll watch our back in case the Minotaur comes, because he can outright kill one of us if he gores us and takes us out that way. And he points towards one of the doors nearby and says that if he comes charging through, he's not going to stop. So I'll be on the lookout for that. And he turns around, walking past Wally, goes to Cholet Laura, casts his spell, and then goes further back into the hallway behind you. After his turn, it goes to the Chimaera. The Chimaera is going to make its turn, and it's going to use 30 feet of movement to approach and continue past David. David, go ahead and make a strength check since you're resisting its movement.
Okay, strength check's gonna be a 13.
My apologies, that's an athletics check.
Okay, that's going to be a 16 then.
All right. You are able to grapple with it and in an effort to halt its movements, lower its movement speed to 15 feet as you drag and dig your heels into the carpet, building up a
Ooh.
small roll of it in front of you as you are dragged beside it. It's going to approach just into melee range with Wally, dragging David with him. Wally, you recognize that the Chimaera's head, the lion's face, is now breathing heavily on you as the dragon.
I have 1 point left, right?
Yes, that is not enough to make a melee attack.
No, but the moment that paw comes off of my hammer, I want to pull it back.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
Strength check.
Sorry, strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. That's going to be a 16.
All right. You recognize as you hear the thump, 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 the familiarity of the clomping hammer behind the Chimaera. Go ahead and make your ranged attack again, this time using your Arcana bonus instead of your Dexterity and ranged modifier to hit.
It's actually the same. Arcana's a +7, and I have a +7 to hit on ranged, so...
Yes. It's the same number, but it's just a different method.
Oof. Well, the roll was bad, so it doesn't matter. That's a 10.
All right, this one manages to clip just the edge of the tail of the Chimaera. It goes clop, 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 whacks the goat's head as it's approaching. You deal 1d4 damage.
Oof, that's a 1.
Nice. With that, you catch your hammer, now facing down
She's
the
still
maw.
glowing, right? Is
Pardon?
the kitty looking at me?
Pardon?
Is the kitty looking at me? The hammer's still glowing, right?
The hammer, as soon as you focused on something else, lost its glow.
Ah, okay.
So it did dissipate and dispel the heat that was previously channeled through it. The goat that was pinned to David's anchor is still struggling against him. You managed to whack it on the head as it passed by over the tail of the Chimaera. The cat's maw is still facing towards you, and its claws are extended. The dragon's head is still piercingly looking through the darkness towards Shotley and towards Laura behind the two of you. And it's going to use its fire breath weapon, which the dragon head exhales a fire in a 15-foot cone in front of it. Each creature in the area must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw. So I need a dexterity saving throw from Shotley and Laura. It's casting it past you, Wally, so it's going just over the top of you as the lion's going to try to bite at you and the ram is going to try to shake David loose. Yeah, it's a d20.
Wait, add anything to it or no?
Yes, dexterity saving throw uses your bits.
It's gonna be at 16 from Sholay.
Alright, so you take half damage, Shotley.
+2, so 10.
You take full damage.
Along with my fire resistance as well, or no?
You would then take a quarter of cold damage, as you take half from the successful saving throw and half because it is fire damage. So you take what's 1/4 of 31? Actually, I can just do it here. Alright.
Oof.
You even develop a quarter HP. You are now at 43 hit points.
Do what now? Chole has how many?
43 HP.
Oh, I only heard the 3.
No, but Laura, you do take half on 31. That'd be 15 points of damage, putting you at 43 HP as well.
Yeah, there you go. All right, level 5. All right. Don't scare me like that.
No, it's definitely very hurting on any creature that does not have fire resistance.
Jack just saved him. I get it. I just thought you said 3 hit points. And I was like, what did the Minotaur do to him while I wasn't looking? Show us on this doll where he touched you.
The balls. All right. The lion is going to make an melee attack. It's going to make a bite attack and claw attack towards Wally. It has a +7 to hit for both, and it's going to be against your armor class of 15. So go ahead. The first one is a 15, so that hits. And a 15 again, so that one also hits. From the bite attack, you take 11 HP damage. 11 points of damage. And from the claw attack, you also take 11 points of damage. The first one is piercing damage, and the second one is slashing damage towards you.
Okay, so 11 and 11 is 22. I had, 12 or 14 temporary hit points?
I'm making a running tally for you on your character sheet. It shows current HP. If you click on the formula, it shows your starting HP minus from the zombie encounter plus the temporary HP from when you healed up minus the 11 puts you at 34 HP presently.
I do not have access to that. When I click on the cell, it doesn't do anything.
One sec. I'm saving the changes.
You're good. As long as I know what I currently have. Is the 34 accurate?
Correct. The 34
Okay.
is accurate.
That's where I'm at after that. Deuce of attacks. All right.
Go ahead and click on it again. See if you can see the formula now.
Okay. Click. Double click.
Now you should only
Right
need to click it once.
One click.
Yeah. And then the FX line at the top, just underneath the undo and redo arrows at the top.
Oh. What does that say? Equals J12 minus 6 plus 12 minus 11 minus 11. Okay, cool.
So
cool. Sorry, I didn't realize where I was looking. I'm not texting.
It's all good. All good. And then David, it's going to make a contested athletics check against you to see if it can dislodge the urchin spikes from it. So I need you to make a D20 roll and add your athletics modifier.
Yeah, come on. Hold that ram's head still.
And then I need to
Alrighty.
Yeah, it's a D20. It has
a +4. It's going to be an 11.
All right. Laura's rolling nothing but crits now, apparently.
Sorry.
Oh,
So you
dun, dun.
The head whips back and forth, slamming into the ground, trying to lift up. You leave the floor temporarily, floating above 5 feet into the air, just dangling on the edge of your anchor. It whips back and forth, and on its last outward whip from the ram's horns, you hear as it peels off skin, tearing the urchins off of its skull, and flings you off to the side, and you land with a clatter against the wall. You take 1d8 damage from impact with the wall.
and see, now I'm gonna roll a damn 8 because it's gonna hurt me.
Laura's rolling for damage for the monster, and she did roll an 8. So you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, which puts you at 36 HP.
Ow.
Alright. That ends the Chimaera's turn.
Which I have summed up in 3 gifts that are, I think pretty self-explanatory.
Oh, yes.
The last 3 in a row just kind of sum.
Alright. After the Chimaera's turn, you hear a very large clacking and clanking of metal behind you as the now suits of armor are going to take up arms to defend their master. Shotle, you do have some fire damage taken from the burned fire breath of the dragon. What does your robe look like now?
The edges are definitely like singed, and there's some hot spots on it. So I have to like tap it out like.
Fantastic.
His rich boy materialism aura protects it.
The soldiers in suits of armor are going to make their way past you. Let me double check their movement speed. So they are going to continue 5 feet forward, get just behind Laura, and they are going to take off vertically and ascend through the air over your head, through the hallway, and try to make a downward stab at the Chimaera. It's going to be stabbing. Each of them are going to be stabbing twice with their long swords, and it's going to be 4 attacks total against the Chimaera. Do you mind rolling 4d20 for me?
10 and 13. 12 and 20.
12 and 20?
12 and 20.
So, all of them hit with every one of their attacks. They have a +6 to hit, and they deal 8 points of slashing damage for each, since it's going to be used as a one-handed weapon, since it is wielding the shield in the other hand. So it's going to do 8, and then I need you to roll 4d8s for me, please. Sorry, just one more d8.
One more, please. 7.
Nice. So, Shelley, you watch as the helmed horrors, the suits of armor that were animated behind you, that were chasing and trying to help protect you against this Chimaera, ascend and fly through the air above you and over your head, and impale their swords into the neck of the dragon that previously breathed fire at you. They deal 39 points of piercing damage.
Wow.
Oh yeah, wow, I was right.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
They also end their turn in melee range with the creature, and they shout at the top of their inhuman lungs, "We must defend our lord!" And they take up a defensive posture, leveling their shield out forward, withdrawing their swords from the dragon's head. That ends their turn, and you hear calling from behind you, not fully able to see it, but Jack says, guys, the Minotaur is here. Watch out. As Laura and Cholet turn to look, you hear the hoof prints of the Minotaur clanking upon the carpeted floor behind you. Both Cholet and Laura did bank up points if you wanted to use any of them now.
How close is the Minotaur to us?
60 feet away. What?
Not that I wanted to do this, but it's far.
You can wait until it's closer.
Yes, I will wait until it's closer.
It won't take long.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can say, I prepare or ready in action, and then tell me what the action is and what the trigger is going to be for it. So if if Cholet had more points, he could say, I wait until the Chimaera shows me its other eye, to then fire my bow at the dragon's head and try to pierce the other eye.
Okay.
Cholet could give me the trigger being, I see the eye that isn't pierced with the arrow of the dragon's head, and then the action he wants to hold being the firing of his bow. If you want to, you can say, I want to cast the spell. This is the spell I want to cast. This is the trigger I want when this happens to then cast the spell.
And could the trigger be I wait until it's within range?
Absolutely.
Or... Okay.
You can say, I ready and prepare my spell. What is the name of your spell?
Blindness or deafness.
Alright, is that one of your prepared spells?
I have no idea.
Are you just flipping through
I think it is. Maybe not though.
She's just like, I have a spell called Doom of the Living.
So, where do you think you have that spell?
Right here.
It doesn't have a P next to it.
I don't know what that means.
P means prepared. So, so this time I will allow you to cast that since you didn't choose which spells. What? It's up to you.
This one has a P next to it.
It does. Which one are you preparing?
I don't know. I'll do nothing for now.
And all the gods pretended that Zeus was in charge, but they knew what was really up.
'Twas Laura.
Check what spiritual weapons range is. It is listed here as 60 feet, so you could cast it if you want.
Okay, perfect. I will do that then.
It also only takes 3 points to cast since it's a bonus action.
Yes. I remember that.
Nice. So
I will go ahead and cast spiritual weapon then.
I recommend you look up what spiritual weapon is.
I did earlier. Let me look again.
You did use it before, but you used guiding bolts.
Yes.
While she's looking that up, Dungeon Daddy, you
Yeah.
should do a GIF recap because you've missed quite a bit in your efforts not to distract yourself.
I like the dragon breathing fire.
Well, that was the start of the 3 in a row. His turn.
And then the pouncing tiger is pretty good. And then the ram, the sheep that's just butting.
That was the Chimaera's turn. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. And then there's David flying. And the suit of
That
armor.
one's actually a 2-parter. It's meant to be the armor attacking by flying and then attacking.
Nice.
So I decided to go with Tina just because I thought it was, and then the immediate stabby afterwards. And now we lead up to Laura's turn, which seems to feel like it's going to start with the most recent one.
Yes. So, Laura, what is your...
This one's got a lot of...
So, your spiritual weapon. You create a floating spectral weapon within range that lasts for the duration of your spell or until this spell ends. When you cast the spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. So you conjure a weapon into thin air on your turn. When you conjure it, you can also have it, as part of the spell, make a melee spell attack against the creature. So you would expend your 3 points, conjure it, and it would attack for you as your bonus action. It requires a verbal and somatic component, so you would need to describe what you say and how your body moves to cast the spell, and also describe what the weapon is. You would get to choose what the weapon looks like, as long as it abides by your character's cleric domain. So, being a brave cleric, you could choose, like, it's a giant bell. Or you could choose that anything related to Hades, like, I want it to be just a giant gold bar that just moves. You could choose.
I have a suggestion. It's in the chat.
Just another minotaur.
You can choose to make it look like whatever weapon you want it to be. You can choose like
a female minotaur, actually. Look at that close.
You can choose it to be a lasso. You can choose it to be a trident. You can choose it to be a sword.
Mm-hmm.
You can have it be whatever your heart desires. And then on subsequent turns, you can move the weapon that you conjure. It occupies a 5x5 square.
Right.
You can move it up to 20 feet and make it have another attack. So for 3 points, you summon it. 3 points, you can move it and have it attack.
Got it.
If you so choose.
Okay.
So, do you choose to cast your spiritual weapon?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and do that.
What are the verbal and somatic components to your spell? You had your previous drawing of the arrow over your top.
Yes, I think it'll be a more. I don't really understand what you meant by has to kind of match the clerical.
So it would be a symbol of Hades, a symbol of camp, a symbol of something that's related to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
what
Hades
instance,
carries around.
It's up to you to pick whatever you want him to carry around. It can be a goblet that just floats in the air and he just bashes people's brains in with it if you want.
It's true.
It's up to you. Yeah, you could just make it be a fiery crown.
That's what I was thinking of, just green flames.
Sure. So what is the somatic component? What do you do to cast this spell?
I guess a pushing action towards
Okay.
the whatever creature or thing that I'm aiming at.
It is whatever you desire it to be. So you gather the energy around you, bring your hands close to your chest, forming a triangle using the pinpricks of your fingers and palms open, extended outwards, and push the energy forward away from you, conjuring forth a halo of green, fiery energy that burns in the shape of a crown like Hades. You then use it to bludgeon the Minotaur and inflict as much fiery damage as you can, over and over, beating it senselessly. Yes?
I was thinking just once.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make your melee spell attack. It is your d20.
Yep.
And you do add your +7 to hit.
Yes.
Well, Minotaurs don't have particularly high armor classes. Should really just bookmark these pictures. So that's... Oh, you mean like take one tab off of it, not like...
Yes, take one tab off and stick it on the page.
Sorry, gentlemen, you're listening to the marriage counseling of how I'm learning to use sticky notes and page markers. So the Minotaur does take damage from this. It does pierce its armor. You deal 1d8, I believe. What is the spiritual weapon damage?
Yes, 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
All right. So your spellcasting ability modifier is wisdom. So it'll be 1d8 plus 4.
So 8.
Nice. So with that, Shole, you notice out of the corner of your eye, Laura starts to make a couple of gestures, drawing in energy, and you recognize this energy. You hear the cry out and wailing of souls in the area as she starts to draw in the necrotic energy to summon forth her spiritual weapon. You then look off as she's casting it in the direction. Laura, do you say anything as you cast this?
No.
It's somatic. You have to say something.
Oh, okay.
It can be a sneeze. It can be a heavy breath. It can be a...
I think it's just like a deep exhale.
I made you Tyra Banks in the chat, so, you're welcome. She's hot.
Corey's just over here dying.
Yeah, I like the Cartoon Network gif above it. That's pretty good. All right, you wail on him, smacking him over the head with your hammer. Sorry, with your flaming crown. Sorry, projecting Wally onto you. That does expend 3 points from you, leaving you with 4 points remaining. And the Minotaur then starts its turn. The Minotaur starts on the same floor and starts what is going to be its charge. The Minotaur is going to proceed 10 feet forward and then begin its charge, doubling its movement speed. And you see the carpet below it, almost Scooby-Doo-esque. It's a big reel of carpet forming at the back end of it as it's just powering up its charge, hoofing as fast as it can towards Jack. It's going to make 2 goring attacks against Jack. Do you mind rolling for him?
Is it?
Yes, so it's 2d20 against his armor class of 11. Okay, that's 1. And that's 2, so both hit. He's got a +6 to hit, so it was a 24 and a 22. They both hit. Because it is going to be charging at least 10 feet in its attack, it's going to also be adding 2d8 piercing damage to it as well from the momentum of it. And it's going to be dealing a total of 4d8 plus 4 damage to Jack. So that's 2d8. 13 total first. Minus 11 after. So Jack takes 24. 4 is 28.
He has fragile bones. We gotta watch out for him.
That boy needs some milk. And then I need a DC 14 strength saving throw from him. So roll a d20. He's got a +2 to strength, and he fails.
I mean, he's a bottle of lightning, but I mean, he's still like 12. We gotta watch
He's
out.
lightning in a glass cannon.
He
No
is.
joke.
With that, you hear very heavily
Oh boy.
as the the hoof beats of this Minotaur come charging into the area. The Minotaur gores Jack in the chest with 2 goring attacks and pierces through him into the wall behind you on the, the northern side?
Oh, snap.
Western side. Piercing
Jack's
the wall
dead.
and gores Jack one just above his what is the bottom point? The zygote complex? The sternum? Fine, whatever. You got a better grade in anatomy than me.
Well, yeah, I did.
Apparently.
Didn't you cheat off her?
I did, yes. That's why I'm asking her the questions. So, piercing the floating ribs on one side and some of the upper ribs and piercing the lungs of Jack on both sides as they then pin him to the wall and the Minotaur then as you watch Jack then unable to move, being restrained and pinned against the wall, and currently having a large plume of golden dust cough up out of his mouth and pour out of his torso onto the ground in front of you. That ends the Minotaur's turn. We then start back up at the top of the order with Shotleg.
Holy shit.
Shotleg, you had 4 points banked up, plus your 19 means you have 23 points.
How far away is the Minotaur from me?
The Minotaur is 15 feet away from you.
You know what? I'm gonna take my sword out and just run up and stab it from behind.
All right, go ahead and make your melee attack with your finesse weapon. So add your dexterity modifier to it.
He has Jack pinned right now, right?
Correct. So he
All
is
right.
not threatening the creature, so you do not get to apply sneak attack damage.
It's gonna be a 9 to hit with my proficiency bonus.
So what did you roll?
I rolled a 9, so that's gonna be 12.
It's your dex plus your proficiency bonus, so it's a +7 to hit.
Oh, okay, so that's gonna be a 16 to hit.
All right, 16 does hit, so you're able to penetrate the Minotaur's thick, robust hide and armor that is wrapped around its waist and stab deep into the torso of this beast. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. Long sword is 1d8. Where's my d8? Five. It's gonna be 5.
Nice.
Plus, is that just a straight 1d8?
It's a 1d8 plus your dexterity modifier.
Okay, so it's gonna be 5 plus. I said 5, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
5 plus 4 is gonna be 9 total.
Nice. All right. So you pierce the abdominal region of this creature. You recognize as you drive it all the way down to the hilt, the gold pours over your fingertips. That expends 2 points to get into range. Sorry, 3 points to get into range, and 5 points for the attack, which puts you at 15 points remaining.
Okay. And the sword is all the way into the hilts inside of him?
Yes.
At this point, I'm going to disengage.
Alright, so you expend 3 points disengaging from the monster.
And at this point, how far away am I from the monster? Like 5 feet?
You would have a 5-foot gap between you and the monster.
5 foot. I'm going to move another 15 feet away.
All right, you expend 3 points then moving. Do you continue what is down the hallway in a eastern direction towards the staircase, or do you continue southward towards the Chimaera?
I'm going to go south towards the Chimaera.
All right. You then get to just behind Wally with 15 feet of movement.
And I'm going to take out my bone bow, knock it, and then shoot it at the... I'm going to aim for his eye.
Whose eye?
If the Minotaur's eye.
You would have 0 chance of hitting the Minotaur's eye because it is currently pressed against the chest of Jack.
Okay.
You can aim for the head.
Yeah, I'm going to aim for a knee. I'm going to aim for a kneecap.
All right, go for it. So you do have enough points to fire twice if you wish.
All right, so here's first D8. It's going to be a 3. 2 is going to be a 5 to hit. 5 to hit. Ooh, I'm going to need that 5 to hit because that's a 3. So 3 plus 5 is going to be a 6. 16 to hit.
All right, 16 to hit does hit. However, you do not hit the intended target. So you are able to pierce the chest of this creature. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright, damage is going to be 1d8. Oh, 7. Plus my... You said 7 plus dex mod?
For damage, it's going to be your dex mod, not your proficiency mod.
So
it
just
would be
dex.
your 5 from your weapon bonuses, the 2d8 that you roll.
Yeah.
That'd be 5 plus your 4 for your dexterity. So that'd be 9 plus a d8.
So that's plus 7.
Okay. So that's 16 points of damage total for that one attack, and you would sustain 2 points of damage in casting.
Okay.
Puts you at 41 HP, and you have 7 points remaining.
I take a look back at the Chimaera and see how it's doing.
The Chimaera does appear to be quite wounded, but still putting up a solid fight. You recognize that the dragon's head seems to have been pierced and slit open in several different spots, and looks like it's barely hanging on by a thread from the attacks from your soldiers. They are still within melee range of it as well, and you suspect that they will be taking the majority of attention of that head.
No, I'm just going to go to knock another one into the Minotaur.
All right, go ahead and roll your 2d8 and your d20.
All right, 5 to hit again. 12, 5, 17, 19, 21 to hit.
All right, 21 to hit does hit, and this one you recognize does pierce clean through the knee, through the patella of this rear-facing leg of the Minotaur.
Okay. Perfect. And damage, come on. All right, it's going to be 6 plus 4, 10, 15 again.
Nice. All right, this one you recognize does pierce. The first arrow hits about mid-torso between a couple of ribs as it makes another abrupt animal noise. And you suspect Jack is not appreciating the animal breath in his face, but definitely appreciating your help. The second arrow does pierce the rear leg of the Minotaur. This one pierces through it and clatters to the floor below as it unleashes a torrent of golden dust sponged out of the body of the Minotaur. It buckles and lowers down to one knee, still piercing into Jack and into the wall. The horns of the animal still staying upright and in the wall, but it falls to its knee. Do you choose to do anything else with your 2 points?
How many points do I have left?
2 points.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and bank those.
Alright, you bank for 2 points. We go to Laura. Yeah, you can act out of your turn as long as you have wants to do so. That's what an opportunity does. You have, at the start of your turn, you gain 17 points, which puts you at 20.
Okay, and then does it matter if I have to put a keyboard out next to it?
Usually, yes. You're only able to cast things like P's next.
Okay.
But because you didn't get to choose your character, I'm going to allow it. As long as you have the spell slot available to cast it, you can.
Okay. And she's still closer to the Minotaur, right?
You are here.
Mhm.
The Minotaur is 15 feet away from you. You would have your spiritual weapons still embodied over here, 60 feet away.
Oh, yeah.
So you could choose to move it, but it can only move up to 20 feet as a bonus action.
Right.
You could expend multiple bonus actions, spend 3-point intervals to move it 20 feet at a time. It would be 9 points to move it closer in time.
Okay.
It would not expend a spell slot to do so, because those are very valuable commodities to invest in.
Right.
Because presently you have 2 level 1 spell slots remaining,
Right.
2 level 2, and 2 level 3.
Okay. And when it says this, does that mean I have to be close enough? That does not mean anything.
You can move and do it. It's not making opportunity attacks other than jab.
Right. Okay, so I'll move close. So use this one again.
Okay, so that is your inflict wounds spell again. So you run up, you close the 15-foot gap, spending 3 points to get close. You have 18 points, and you cast inflict wounds. At what level do you cast inflict wounds?
It's a first level.
You can choose to cast it at higher levels.
Okay, then I'll.
If you want, you can double check and see if the player's handbook.
What the options are?
The player's handbook does stipulate that it is an available spell to clerics of the Grave Domain choice. It is on page 250. It does also require verbal and somatic components, right?
Okay, I did one last time, so I'll have to come up with.
If you choose.
So I guess I'll do second level.
Okay. So how much damage would you say? It fails.
It's damage from 1d10.
So you make a melee spell attack against the creature. Seeing as it is indisposed of presently, and you are able to make the attack without any retribution coming from it, I will allow you to make the attack with advantage.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll 2d20s and add your spell attack modifier, which is your plus.
Oh. Of an F1.
I'm glad you had
Plus 7
advantage.
is a 19. No,
18.
18.
Good job.
12. 7.
So you deal 4d10 necrotic damage. That's a d10. That is
Okay.
That's a
10.
10.
10.
7
4.
is there an even? That's why I don't like to
You want me to do a different one?
You can tell it's an odd number, so that's a 9.
A 9. Okay.
So 16, 20, 30 points of damage. So with this, you reach out. What do you say and how do you cast your spell?
Does it have to be different than...
It has to be a verbal component. It can be whatever you choose it to be, and it has to contain a somatic component. So you have to, again, somatic is move.
Got it.
It's been the same since I described it initially.
And you said it could be the same as the other?
It can be whatever you. Your somatic component can be any form of movement you choose to incorporate to it. If you were, say, a monk and wanted to have a Tai Chi movement associated with it, if you are Avatar the Last Airbender and you have a whole build up of how you step your feet into it and then kick forward and you inflict wounds like the soles of your feet, it's up to you.
It'll be the same as the spiritual weapon one with the.
Okay, sorry.
So hands together, fingertips together, deep breath out, pushing away motion, touching. This one has to be touching the Minotaur with the deep exhale.
Alright. With that, as your fingers press against the rough hide of the Minotaur, you inflect your necrotic energy and it withers away at your touch. Its knees buckle and its legs disintegrate. Emanating in a circle out from your fingertips, you recognize as it completely decimates the bottom half of the creature, removing the hooves, knees, and lower torso all the way up until it is just the horns pierced into Jack. As Jack is still dangling on the wall there, maybe 18 inches off the ground as he's still pierced into the wall by the two horns, the only remains of the Minotaur. So you disintegrate.
Poof.
Turns into a pile of golden dust that you're.
Well, that's one problem handled.
You have 13 points remaining, and your friend is possibly bleeding out in front of you and dangling on the wall.
Yep. Let me look at this.
Shelley did a lot of damage leading up to you.
Mending.
Mending is used for materials.
Well,
You could mend
I'm trying
his
to-
shirt and
that-
mend the wall,
I will worry about that later.
but you
I
would
mean-
not
Deep and
bend
mend
a
his
person.
artery.
I mean, to some people, skin would be a material.
I mean, if you make a cannibalistic mask and it's flesh, then yes, it's a material now.
But I haven't
Oh
read it.
boy.
What
I
is
need
it?
to read it. Cure wounds.
I recommend you read it.
Okay.
Cure Wounds is a healing spell available to all players. Cure Wounds, for your domain, has it always prepared. And as an action, you can touch one willing creature and imbue it with healing energy. For Cure Wounds in particular, if you turn to page 230 of your player's handbook, it describes how much you heal
Mm-hmm.
and at what level do you cast it.
I'm gonna make sure I have slots still.
You have one level 2 spell slot, 2 level 3 spell slots, and 2 level 1 spell slots. He sustained 28 points of damage and is bleeding out.
Okay, I'll go with 3.
Okay. So, your Cure Wounds at 3rd level will deal 3d8 plus 4 healing points.
This one.
Alright. So, this spell does also require the verbal and somatic. The somatic can be a touch shield, if that's what you want.
Index finger, middle finger, forehead.
So you reach up, you bop him on the forehead.
I just say.
Take this, boy wonder!
Just say breathe. Just breathe.
Alright, you heal him for 15 points. Nice. You notice he takes a big, deep breath now, able to fill his lungs, as previously he was struggling to breathe and coughing up both dust, as he then starts to struggle at the Minotaur horns and pinned him to the wall. You have a remainder of 8 points, should you choose to assist him. That's how it figures.
Guess I try to just pull the Minotaur horns out of it, or help him with that.
You can assist him.
Okay, assist.
Alright, so, for this in particular, before you pull it out of him, go ahead and make a medicine check.
Yeah. Which one is that? Make sure that's a good idea or not.
That is a d20 plus your medicine modifier for skills. With plus 4 your wisdom. And you are not proficient with medicine, you can make an assessment based on your clerical.
You said plus 15? 18.
So it does this to your guys.
So 18.
18. You recognize that these horns do pierce vital organs on him. So if you're going to remove them from him, you suspect you might want to administer more healing to him, or be prepared for these large gaping wounds and be able to stop the bleeding in some cases. Or leave it.
Just leave them.
Just leave it. Depends what Laura wants to do.
You said I have 7.
You had 8.
How much was it? You need to cancel one of my slots. And how many one slots do I have?
You have 2. You do also, in particular, have some pretty cool cantrips I chose. One of them is Spare the Dime, which Cholet will love you forever for having.
I did read that one, and it says that their hit points have to be at 0, right?
Yes. But if they are at 0, you stabilize a creature and make it so that they do not have to make death saving throws, like Cholet does. Yeah, semi-frequently.
Yeah, I'm a little saving throw prone.
Eventually, he might gain proficiency with death saving throws.
Roll with advantage.
So, can I cast that even? I don't know how many.
So you.
How that works.
So being a druid, he has a D8 hit points. So he's the 5th level, so he's close to 40. When he took 28 points of damage, that lowered him at least to 22.
Right.
Which is about half. You healed him up 15, puts him at 37. So 37 out of 40 is pretty fun.
Yeah.
But he's still pierced through the chest, and you don't know if that's going to be damage over time. You don't know if, like, when he removes it, he takes another D16 worth of damage, or what's going to happen. Because, you know, with a splinter, it's below the surface of the skin. You can pull it out, and you see a little bit of bleeding below it. But, you know, with a gaping wound from a large bullthorn in the chest, might be different.
I'll.
You can also choose to say, "You're on your own," and go do your own thing. Good luck!
It's an option. I'll.
You don't. As being a demigod, you don't think he's going to die.
That's true. Yeah. So I'll.
It's up to you.
I'm trying to think of what Laura would do, not what I would do.
Well,
Which is probably the same thing. Okay.
it's not Michael, so you can choose to do whatever you want.
So sad. Okay.
Moment of silence. Rip F. Can I get an F in gift form, please?
I'll leave it for right now. I'll wait and see how he does.
Off-season knee injury bull. Good job, Shelley, with your knee shot, by the way.
Thank you. You know that Minotaur used to be an adventurer.
Yep. Arrow through the knee. So, Laura, what's your final answer? What you gonna do?
She'll leave him.
She'll leave him, and what are you gonna do?
Well, she'll stand next to him and monitor, his struggles to pull out the Minotaur horn from himself.
Wow, you sound like you're laughing quite a bit.
I am, but Laura's pretty sure that if she yanks him out herself, it's just gonna end poorly.
Fair assessment. Alright, so you turn face towards the Chimaera. End your turn. Bank your points.
Yep.
Alright.
I'm tired.
Wait for someone taller to help pull him off the wall.
You bank your 8 points. Ending your turn. David!
Yep.
You're up, amigo.
Did
All
you see
right.
that go down? Did you utter an appropriate "ooh"?
I mean, as far as I know, I just heard a loud slamming noise,
Mhm.
heard an oof. I still got a big old chimera all up in my grill.
Yeah, you got flung off of it and into a wall, so you kind of got the wind knocked out of you as you slumped back into the wall.
Mm.
You might have been able to look over and watch as Jack, out of view from you, gets picked up and then comes into view being carried, impaled by a minotaur, and then you hear the loud thwack as it then impacts the wall, piercing him. You then were probably able to watch Sholay walk up, stab it, run away, fire 2 arrows at it, and then Laura give it a weird back massage and it disintegrated.
Yeah, and probably had to spend all that time trying to catch my breath because those are some big lungs I gotta fill. Like all this goes down, and I'm like, I'm good.
Give a thumbs up.
Oh my.
You have 26 points, my friend.
How far away is the chimera from me?
The Chimaera is less than 5 feet away from you. And you did, however, lose grip of your anchor, but it is still attached to the Chimaera. The chain is still dangling in front of you to the anchor.
Okay, so the anchor is still attached to the ram's head.
Correct.
I'd like to grab the chain and will the anchor to disconnect so I can bring it back to me.
Alright, go ahead and make a strength saving throw. This time with advantage because of distance.
Alright. Well, okay, that's good it was advantage because the first roll was a 14 and it's strength saving, so that would be a 21.
Alright. You're able to whip the chain and it disconnects, releasing the sea urchin spikes from the head of the ram, and you retrieve it and catch it with ease.
Neat. Am I just to the side of it? Am I next? Am I behind it? Am I still vaguely in front of it?
If the Chimaera had cardinal directions, with its tail and hind legs being south and its 3 heads being in the north, east, and west quadrants, you would be in the west. You are on the Chimaera's left, immediately adjacent to the Chimaera's ram's head in the wall. You are between the two.
Okay. Am I closer to the tail section or closer to the head section?
The head section is still breathing heavily on you.
Okay. I would like to. How many? Did that take? How many points did what I did take?
It took 1 point, and because of
Okay.
such close confined quarters, you would know, being of the Ares cabin, 2-handed weapon attacks will be made with disadvantage since you're attacking something that is essentially within the same square as you. Since it is a versatile weapon, you could wield it one-handed instead if you wish.
I would like to actually run in front of it so that I'm not between the wall, directly between the wall and it. I would like to make the wall to my left side.
All right.
So that
You continue forward. As you leave the square you're in, you do not incur an opportunity attack because you do not leave melee range with the head. You are now side by side with Wally. The wall is on your right-hand side, unless you choose to go towards the rear of the animal, in which case the wall would then be on your right-hand side.
No, I want to be. I want to be in the front.
All right. So you stand up. That uses 2 points of movement from you.
And so I should still have about 25 points. I would like to use 20 of those to attack the ram's head.
Slap, 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 slap.
All right. Go ahead and make 4 melee attacks with your weapon. These you can choose to use two-handed or one-handed if you wish.
I would like to use two-handed.
Go for it.
Oh.
Get some extra stank in there.
Gonna pound that shit.
And so it's +5, so that'll be a 14.
All right.
So I have a
14. It's a +7 for you to hit.
Oh, that's right. So then that would be a 17.
17 hits.
No, 16. It would be a 16. I'm sorry, I gave me one more than I needed.
16 also hits.
Just slap.
So do you want to roll all 4 of your attacks first?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Okay, and then so that was. Sorry, it's been a long day. +7.
Yes, so it is a
Okay.
+7 to hit.
Okay, so then the second one's a 19.
All right, 19 also hits.
And then a 12.
That does not hit.
And
Are you telling me what you roll or the total?
the total.
Okay, so 2 out of 3 so far have hit.
And for my fourth and final swing, another 12.
So 2 out of 4 hit. So go ahead and
Cool.
roll your 2d10 and make sure you add your strength modifier for damage. So it's 2d10 plus 8.
2d10 plus 4.
2d10
Oh.
plus 8.
For both hits.
Oh.
It's 2d10
So that's gonna
plus
first.
8 total.
So we have 7 plus 8 is 15.
All right. So you do 15 points of damage to it, expending 20 action points to do so. You swing at it, whack it once, wham! You fracture a portion of the ram's head off of it. The horns that curl behind it and loop towards the front of it are now shattered in one spot and break off the other one as it's twisting and starting to revile at your attacks. Gets clapped in the other side. You also knock some horns off of that as well. The follow-up, you swing vertically. You swing once going for an uppercut, and it nimbly dodges to the side. You swing again in a downward strike as it just barely glances off the horns of it, blocking the attack.
And
You have 2 points remaining.
can I bank those?
Absolutely.
Then I would like to bank them, please.
You bank the 2 remaining points, and we go to Wally.
Yeah.
You have 18 points.
Oh my.
You see a very ferocious lion's mane, fangs and all, missing one fang in particular. Is it the lower or upper fang?
Lower.
It is missing its left forwardmost lower fang, and it has a couple of claws extended out towards you, Wally. What you gonna do?
Is it looking at me still?
It is still looking at you, yes.
So David came in range, but it's still focused on me. All right.
Its ram's head is focused on David.
Its ram's head is focused on David. Okay, so this thing is very good at multitasking. All right. Well, then here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try and do some sleight of hand with this hammer. I'm going to make the hammer glow, and then I'm going to wave the hammer one direction, get the kitty head to look at it, and then I'm going to use my bare hand to punch the side of its jaw where the fang is missing. See if I can break that jaw.
All right. So you may go ahead and expend, if you want to, points and cast a fire bolt through your hammer to try to inflict damage and have it glow, or just cast lights on it and have it glow if you'd rather.
Well, I mean, this is really a two-part maneuver. I just wanted to describe the first part first. The second part of this is when I swing on it with my bare hand, hit it in the jaw, and it looks towards my hand, I then want to take the flaming hot hammer and shove it into its mouth when it goes to bite. And then finish the fire spell.
One more time. It sounds like you're trying to do several different things at the same time.
I mean, it's like a sleight of hand maneuver mixed with a fire bolt spell, basically. Or cantrip.
So you're trying to do what again? I'm trying to get you to repeat it because I didn't catch all of it.
It's like while the hammer's heating up, I'm gonna wave the hammer to distract it and hit it in the weak side of its mouth where the fang's chipped to get it to look that direction. And then as soon as it looks towards my hand and goes to take a bite, I'm gonna reach over and shove my flaming right in its mouth and finish the spell.
Okay. To distract it and heat up the hammer with it would be 5 points. To make your melee attack to punch it is another 5 points. And then to plunge your hammer into its mouth and then cast the spell would be another 5 points if you choose to do so.
Sure, let's give this a shot.
All right. So go ahead and first we're going to make an intelligence saving throw for the Chimaera again. Sylvia.
Do what now?
It's making an intelligence check to see if it focuses on you or the hammer.
Okay.
As it previously did, you're going to need to make your Arcana check.
Oof. 21.
Nice. It rolled pretty well as well, but luckily it's got a -4. It rolled a 12. So
Okay.
both of its eyes fixate upon the hammer in your hand as it starts to glow. Since it's missing its lower left mandible, lower left fang tooth, you, I imagine, switch hands with your hammer to have it glow on your left-hand side, so then you could clock it one with a melee attack to try to break its jaw, correct?
Yeah, I'm basically trying to hit the newly ripped open gum where it lost a tooth. I know that my barehanded strike isn't strong enough to break bone.
You may
I'm just
go
trying
ahead
to
and
get
make
it
your
to look
melee
towards the
attack.
hand. Yeah. Okay, so unarmed melee is what, a +2 for me?
It's going
to
to
hit?
be, yes, it's a +5 total since you are proficient with it.
So that's going to be a 14.
All right, 14 does hit.
Woo!
You do also have an ally within 5 feet of it, and you may apply sneak attack damage if you wish.
Oh, I would love to apply sneak attack damage to it. So that's what am I doing? 3d6 now plus something or 4?
Correct.
Well, I got to look it up. 3d6 plus something?
It's 3d6 plus your strength modifier, so it'd be 3d6 plus 2.
Okay, 3d6 plus 2. Oof. Okay, so that is a total of 10.
All right.
It's more damage than I thought I was going to do with that hit. I was just trying to get it to look that way. And now that I have,
all right. And
part 3.
With your punch, you do recognize that it did crunch a little on the inside. Not enough to break the bone, but it definitely dislodged and fractured some nearby teeth.
Oh, snap.
And then you, I imagine, plunge the hammer into the mouth and cast your firebolt.
It was basically like as soon as it goes to either bite my hand where I just hit it or to spit out blood because I just hit an open gum, as soon as it opens his mouth at all, I'm going to plunge that hammer in super quick and pull my hand out super quick and ignite that spell. See if I can liquefy 1 out of 3 brains.
All right. So go ahead and cast your firebolt. It is your ranged spell attack modifier of +7.
+7, okay. Oof, 16, does that hit?
16 does hit, so go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh.
Okay. And could you do me a favor? I'm trying to get to my character sheet right now, but if you're faster at it because you know Google Docs better than I do or because your laptop's faster, what is my damage constant?
It
I
is
haven't done magic in a
1d10 for
while.
your firebolt.
1d10. Plus anything or just the 1d10?
It is your 1d10 plus your spell attack modifier.
Which is a +7 again?
Correct.
Ooh, nasty. Alright, that's going to be 12 total.
Sorry, your spell attack modifier for damage would only be based off your intelligence, so it's a +4, not a +7.
Okay, so which would then make that 5 plus 4 is 9.
All right. Inflicting 9 points of damage to it. You recognize as you ignite the fire inside of its mouth and cast your fire bolt, it swallows the bolts entirely as it then liquefies the thumbtacks inside of its stomach. Go ahead and deal an extra 1d4 damage for internal combustion.
Nice. That's going to be a 2.
All right.
Do I have any points left?
You have 3 points remaining.
Oof. All right, I'm going to try and pull that hammer out that thing's throat and through some more teeth.
So you thrust it inward. You didn't throw the hammer inward.
No, it swallowed it, though, you said, and liquefied the tacks, right?
The fire bolt
Oh,
that
it
got
swallowed the
cast from the
fire.
hammer went into
Gotcha.
the mouth of the creature.
Gotcha. So the hammer's still in my hand then.
Yes, your hammer is essentially your wand.
Gotcha. Well, sometimes I throw it. I just wasn't sure which you had decided to go with this time. Did I shove the hammer in there, leave it there, and then ignite it like I did before when I've made it glow? You know,
You can
I'm just
leave it in its
clarifying.
mouth
That's all.
and have it try to gnaw on it like a cat on a toy if you want.
Oh no, that's okay. If it's still in my hand and it's not inside the, then this time you said had how many points left?
3 points remaining.
I will use those points to disengage and get 5 feet back from it because I believe it's 3 for a bonus action.
Correct.
Nice.
So you disengage. You immediately find behind you, Shotley is occupying the square.
Immediately behind me?
Correct.
Can I move to either of the diagonal squares with my size being relatively small?
Yes.
Without
you can disengage at a diagonal if you'd rather.
Okay, can I do that without incurring an attack of opportunity from either of the other hands?
Yes.
Okay, cool. In that case, I will go diagonal.
Do you want to go towards the David side or towards the suit of armor side?
I'm going to go towards the suit of armor side, actually.
All right. So you expend the remainder of your points to disengage, and you are now shoulder to shoulder with Shotley. He is facing the opposite direction of you, since you, in a disengaged manner, do not take your eye off the creature that's attacking or going to try to make an attack at you. You're now shoulder to shoulder. Bad Boys Company 2 looking back and forth as each other is slowly spinning around the camera. We then go from Wally to
Don't
Jack.
worry, Chole. I'm totally fine with being Martin Lawrence in that analogy.
Shelley could be the Will Smith.
Of the two of us, definitely.
Hell yeah.
All right. Jack is going to look at the wounds that he has suffered from this Minotaur. He's going to be a little thankful that he went back here and was the one to take him instead of somebody else. And then be very thankful that somebody else then came and saved him, both Shotley and Laura. He's going to look over at them and say, hey, and as he's looking at you trying to maintain your eye contact, you rip the horns out of him and try to maintain his smile. Go ahead and make a performance check for Jack. See if he can maintain. Unfortunately, he fails his Constitution saving throw and performance check simultaneously. He yanks the horns out of his chest, drops them onto the ground, falls to his knees. Gold dust starts pouring out of him, and he covers his wounds, and he's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself at level 2. So he's going to heal himself for 2d8 plus his plus 3 modifier.
Did he take a bunch of damage for failing those checks?
He did.
Oh, God.
But he heals himself for 14 points. And then go ahead and roll 4d8.
Just because I'm a geek, how did it balance out? How much damage did he take versus how much?
We're calculating that right now because I'm trying to find another d8.
Sorry. Sorry, I was just very curious.
You're good.
I know you're going to narrate it, but at the same time, I want to know how cool it was.
So, in withdrawing the horns from himself, he withdrew one, taking 2d8 damage, and he withdrew the other, taking 2d8 damage. For a total of 12, 18 points of damage, and he healed himself for 14.
Okay, that's not that bad.
His hands withdraw from the wounds that were there. There's now a purple bruised ring with some welting on it, and the shirt itself that he's wearing now still has holes, but the only part of him that has holes is just his shirt now. So he seems to be doing much better off now. Still hurt, still not feeling great, but not bleeding out.
Yeah, he managed to unimpale himself, and he's only negative. Good.
Yeah, so far, so good.
You could have been negative 32 on that shit. Like, what?
He could have definitely taken a lot more damage.
Could have just died when he pulled the horns out. I got this, guys. Herc.
Yeah. So, in taking it out of himself, he dropped to his knees, dropped the horns at his side, and he looks over at Laura, and you see a couple of golden tears run down his face as he's still in pain. Failing to hide it, he stares at you and then kind of looks down and covers his face and said, "You didn't see that, all right?"
Your secret's safe with me.
He then gets up to one knee, grabs a horn, and starts to look over at the Chimaera, ending his turn. Now it's the Chimaera's turn.
Oh, snap. Here we go again.
The Chimaera, at the start of its round, tries to roll to see if it recharges its fire breath. It rolled a 5, recharging its fire breath. And the dragon head is going to choose to, on its turn, make an attack against the 2 suits of armor and Wally that are on that side of the area in the 15-foot cone that it affects. Wally, please make a dexterity saving throw. You do have a +7.
It's a lot of saving throws, man. That's all I'm saying. It's just a lot of saving throws.
It is. And the
+7. All right. +7. Ooh, 25. What you want?
All right. So, Wally, you do pass the dexterity saving throw. The helmed horrors that are supporting Cholet are going to make their dexterity saving throws. There's 2 of them. They have a +1 each. One passes. One does not. So, Cholet, you want the front one to pass or the back one to pass?
Give me the front one.
Front one passes, just barely blocking it with his shield, raising it up, seeing the fire breath coming. The second one was momentarily distracted since Wally glued his hammer and cast a firebolt down the throat of the lion. It was, oddly, without any eyes, staring at Wally as it then approached, and Wally, you took cover right behind the the helmed horror, as it then got engulfed in flames. They take 31 points of damage. So you recognize as the one of the helmed horrors in front of you gets completely tarnished and warped and starts to melt away. The shield and greaves of it, including the shin guards and chest plate, all congeal into one large metal component. The arms themselves seem to get locked and rigid in place, and it falls to its knees. The other one, the front one, manages to block most of it and entirely melts its shield, and its left arm falls off with it, only taking 16 points of damage.
Random meta question. I have immunity to fire, and you just said dragon, right? It was the dragon that was going to attack, right?
Yes.
With my 25 dexterity and a fire attack incoming, can I step in front of the armor and take the attack for no damage so that it does?
You could choose to do so if you had any points remaining.
If I'm what? Sorry.
You could choose to do so if you had any points remaining.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
So had you a point of movement, you could move in front of it and then full body engulf yourself in the fire, getting a nice beard trim out of it with a little bit of spark still glowing in it as you then laugh off the fire.
Fair enough.
You take
No, you're right. I had no point. I was out of line there. I was just...
How many points did I bank? Like 2?
David, you did bank 2 points, yes.
Ooh.
Am I able to soak that up? Or am I too far?
You could move the 2 points in the way of it if you want to. You would need to occur one attack of opportunity from the ram's head since you'd be leaving melee range with it, if you so choose.
Yeah, I would like to try to soak up the fire.
All right.
You're a hero, bro.
So we're going
Hopefully.
to have one attack from the ram. It has a +7 to hit. Does a 15 hit David?
Ooh, it do.
All right. So
It just barely.
the ram's horns hit you for 7 points. Sorry, for 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Mm. But you saved that suit of armor from, what was it, 31 points of fire damage?
Correct. So the first
So that thing's still standing. Oh, okay.
The first one now, since we were retroactively able to say that David lunged into the way, helped propelled forward by the butts of a ram's horn, dove in front of the helmed horror, and engulfed both himself and the helmed horror in fire, using his body selflessly to protect the suit of armor. As you grip the suit of armor in your chest, you recognize that your body heat is astronomically high. You are now radiating this red aura around you just from the fire emanating and rolling over your skin. You feel the suit of armor in front of you start to heat up just from proximity towards the fire-breathing dragon. And as you release your hands, you notice that the suit of armor is totally fine. It kind of looks up at you without any facial expression, but tilts its head quizzically towards you, and you hear inside of your head, you hear out loud the voice said, "Thank you, adventurer."
Don't mention it.
And that's one attack from the Chimaera. It's then going to make it's going to rotate about 15 degrees and try to attack the soldiers. The first one up close, the lion is going to try to attack at it, so it's going to make a bite attack against the suit of armor. Go ahead and roll the d20 +7. So that is a 4 +7, 11 against its armor class. That does not hit. So the first swordsman, even though it lost its shield, is able to parry across the teeth and mandible of the lion and jab its longsword between its teeth and fend it off from the attack. The ram is then going to try to make an attack against the second soldier that David's engulfing, and David simultaneously. It's going to make an attack with disadvantage, and then it's going to make another d20 roll, because disadvantage means you roll twice and take 2. So it had a 12 plus 7 is a 19. So David, with this one, you see the ram's head coming flying towards you. As it lifts and it gives a bang as it's coming towards you. The helmed horror switches with you, doing a 180, parrying the ram's head as it's coming towards you in its horned attack, blocking and casting it off to the side as it then puffs out its chest and then glances over towards you and says, "My turn, adventurer."
Thank you.
That ends the Chimaera's turn. We then go to the soldier's turn. The one that's missing an arm, soldier number 1, is going to try to stab with its sword. It makes 2 attacks. Laura, if you do the honors, please. It stabs ferociously, trying to pierce the dragon's hide. With one attack, it thrusts, and it finds precisely where it had previously stabbed, and the blade slides in and slides out, drawing no new damage. The second one, it tries to make a horizontal slashing motion towards it, trying to do damage. And with this one, it manages to accidentally clap into the side of the other suit of armor's helmet, spinning it wildly as then that helmed horror loses one attack and readying itself and righting its head, and then afterwards stabs forward trying to get to the ram's head. So 1d20, please. With this one, it has the +6 to hit, so that one is a 12. That does not beat the armor class of the Chimaera. This one's still slightly disoriented from its helmet being knocked about. You suspect David, seeing as you're able to look at it, since its helmet is kind of cockeyed on its head, it might not be attacking with its full force. It tries to slash at the ram's head, and it just glances off the horns, the remaining little bit of horn that it has. After the soldiers go, it's going to be Shortleg. You have 21 points, my friend.
Really glad we saved those suits of armor. That was a good move.
How far away is the Chimera from me?
The Chimera is there's a 5-foot gap between you and it is directly behind you.
Okay. How's Jack doing after the Minotaur?
Jack seems to be doing pretty fine. You look at him, and he's standing up on his knees now. Sorry, getting up from his knees, turning towards the fight against the Chimera, carrying one Minotaur's horn in one hand, and reaching to pick up the other with his other hand.
I'm gonna run up to one of the heads.
So in front of you, you have only access to the ram's head because the dragon's head is against the wall, and the lion's head is obscured by the suits of armor and David.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the ram's head and reach to my backpack and grab a vial of the arsenic poison and try to put it through its mouth.
All right. So go ahead and make an athletics check to see if you can grapple with this ram's head.
Nat 20 plus athletics. 24, baby.
Ooh.
And I need Laura. Will you roll for the Chimera, please? It has a +4.
All the time we spent trying to kill this thing, and he's just like, "Here's some cornflakes I made with extra love."
Have some Kool-Aid.
All right. So Shotley,
Yes.
you manage to grab the ram by the horns and start to grapple with it, wrapping it under one arm as you straddled its front claws, trying to ram it down into the ground. Using your mage hand, you rumble through your backpack, uncork a bottle of the poison, and plunge it down the throat of this beast. For the arsenic damage, I need you to roll 10d6 damage. And it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
10d6, got it.
So it will take half damage since it passed its Constitution save.
12. Alright. 17, 20, 30. $41.
So with 41 points of damage halved, the Chimera takes 20 points of poison damage.
Okay.
So that is 8 points of your 21 used. You have 13 points remaining.
At this point, I will.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to describe what it looks like as you're force feeding the Chimera poison. You pop off the top of the arsenic poison. Using your mage hand, force the tube into the mouth and tilt it up so that way it's forced to drink it down its belly. You dispose the entire tube all the way down into its throat, just in case, and with your mage hand you close its mouth shut and try to rotate and wrench it upwards so that way it forces it down into the belly of the beast. The ram's head... Oh, sorry, go ahead and roll 1d4 as well for piercing internal damage.
Four.
Nice. Alright. You hear glass chomping as it crunches the glass in its teeth. You know, rams aren't typically known for eating meat or anything, so they have the flat ground teeth of herbivores. But still, it's just enough to be able to shatter the glass and enough harm inside of it that you hear it coughing up golden dust still in your grasp because as it starts to heave and internally its gag reflex starts to act up to try to revile against this poison. You have 13 points remaining.
I wish to where the Minotaur was, how far away is that from me?
That's 20 feet away from you.
Okay. Can I see anything from where he was?
From where the Minotaur was,
Yep.
you see golden dust and 2 horns on the ground that Jack picked up.
I don't see my sword.
No. Your sword, after you plunged it into it to the hilt, you withdrew it and then ran away.
Okay, my bad. I thought I left it in there.
No, you should have stipulated. When you make your attacks, you plunge it all the way down into the hilt, and then you withdraw them. That's what your full attack 5 points is.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go ahead and slash the creature.
All right. So you arm yourself with 1 point. You have enough points to make 2 attacks if you wish.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
All right. So go ahead and make
First.
2 melee attacks against him using your finesse.
It's gonna be
Plus 7 to hit.
it's gonna be 9.
Oh, and since you have the creature grappled and restrained, you are able to make these attacks with advantage on this.
Ooh. Just on the first attack, right? Or on both attacks?
Both.
Okay, that's gonna be. You said plus 6 to hit, correct? Well, strength plus my proficiency, or is it dexterity?
It is your dexterity, so it'd be plus 7 to hit.
7. Okay, so that's gonna be a 24.
All right, that hits.
And then the other attack. You said, I'm sorry, advantage on just the first one? Or on both?
You have advantage on both attacks. On all attacks
Okay.
against the same.
Okay, so that's going to be a 10. That's with 3 plus 7 is going to be a 10.
Alright, so the first one hits, the second one doesn't. But you can choose to apply your sneak attack damage if you wish, because you do have an ally threatening the creature within melee range.
You know what, I will do that. So I will roll my d8 for sword damage, which is a 7. And my 3d6 will be, it's going to be 8 plus 5, 13, plus 1, 14 total.
Alright. 14 points of damage. So you reach out, stab it once, and then the second time, as you're starting to restrain it and struggling to stab at it again, it's going to make an athletics check to see if you can break your grapple. Shelley, I need you to make an athletics check, please, sir. It rolls an 18 against the athletics.
Well, it's going to break out of it, because that's going to be a 5 plus athletics. It's going to be a 9.
Alright, so it breaks your grip for the moment, and with that, you get launched 5 feet upward and land back down on your feet as it whips you out of its grasp. You take no damage in the fall since you were prepared for it. You have 2 points remaining.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and just bank them.
Alright, bank your 2 points. After Shelley, we have Laura.
Yep.
What you gonna do, girl?
Well, she's still got her spiritual weapon over here in the corner. So she'll bring it towards her.
So 9 points to get it towards where you are.
Okay. And then how many points did I start with?
You start with a whopping 25.
Okay.
17 plus 8 is 25. So 9 points to get it to you,
Okay.
if you wish.
And then
Really?
I'll move with it to the Chimera. Close to the Chimera. Do I need... Is it separate if I move the weapon versus I
Yes.
move myself? There we go.
So you don't need to be using it to cast it, to make the attacks.
I don't need to be near it.
No, it previously, at maximum range, 60 feet away, made its own attacks without you present.
Okay, then I will stay next to Jack.
You're about 15 feet away from Jack.
I was gonna say that sucks if I can pull my
You heal
hammer
him
back
then.
with 1 point and she needs 9 to pull a weapon back. Like, whoa.
I just left him.
Oh no, you were there.
I was standing right next to him.
Mm.
So I'll stay with Jack then, and then move the weapon towards the Chimera.
Okay, so do you choose to attack the Chimera?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and make your melee spell attack, which is d20 plus 7.
Oh yes.
Ooh.
19 plus 7.
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to be 12 points to get.
Not in her house,
points.
damn it.
It is 15 points. So you have 10 points remaining. Go ahead and roll damage for your spirit weapon.
How do I do that?
If you check your spell for spiritual weapon,
Yes.
I believe since
Yeah,
it's
that's
a second
7d20.
spell, it should be a d8.
You cast the spell using damage increases 1d8 for every 2 slots.
You're casting at second level, so what's its initial damage?
When I hit the target, takes force damage equal to 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Okay, so roll a d8, and you'll add 4 to the damage.
11?
Correct.
Okay. Math.
Alright. So you whack it. Bonk. Which head are you attacking?
The goat one.
You're attacking the ram's head.
Ram's head.
As it was trying to swing at your friends, trying to hurt Shotley and trying to hurt David and Wally, you whack it. Bonk. Whack it right on top of the head with the crown. You have 10 points remaining. You can whack it 3 more times if you wish.
I will whack it, for starters, twice more.
Alright, go ahead and make your 2d20 rolls.
Oh, snap.
Plus 7 is 15.
15 hits.
Okay. And 12.
12 does not hit.
Okay.
So the second hit, you whack it, boom, another d8 damage, plus 4.
8.
Nice. And the third one does not hit. So Shotley, as you're wrestling with this goat, this ram's head, you get flung off of it. As you're standing there, still striking your battle-ready pose, you watch as this green halo, this corona of fire, comes sailing down the hall straight towards you. And right before you think it's going to hit you, it lands and impacts square in the face with this ram. Not once, but twice. Whacks it once. The ram recoils in pain. It lifts its head up and looks over at you, looks over at the corona, looks back at you and whacks again. Wham! As it looks away for a moment. Still utterly befuddled at what is attacking it, seeing as it's just a floating crown. And it's going to sustain damage from that. Laura, you have a remaining 1 point. Sorry, 4 points.
Bank those.
Okay, it's 3 points to make an attack again if you want. No. So you bank at 4 points. Nice. Alright, we go to David.
Ooh. Alright.
So you notice in front of you, the dragon's head has sustained quite a bit of damage. It has several puncture wounds along its throat, and it is not able to regain its fire breath weapon since it has sustained so much damage since its last time casting it. The lion's head is still facing towards you as well, but your friend, the suit of armor, was able to block and parry some of the attacks that were coming at you. You have
I'd like
8 points.
28. Okay, I would like to use. Can I use 20 of those points to smack the lion head?
Go for it. Go ahead and make 4 attacks. And these will be with your plus 7.
So I got a 21,
That hits.
a 20,
That hits.
a 14,
That hits. Ooh,
and
sorry,
my
14?
14.
That does not hit.
Ah. And this one also doesn't hit. It's a 10.
That does not hit. Correct.
Dun, 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 dun.
So go ahead and roll your 2d10 and be sure to add your strength modifier for your damage. Okay, kill it.
It's going to be 12.
So that was 2d10 plus 8 is 12.
Yes, I rolled a 2 and a 2, so that's a 4 plus the 8.
All right. You notice as you're bonking around this lion's head, its eyes are blackened and swollen shut. Its teeth are ragged and broken in spots. Its jaw is off-center, cockeyed. Its head is rotated at about a 45-degree angle.
Ow.
You have a remaining 8 points.
I would like to bank the remaining 8 points.
All right. That ends your turn, and it goes to Wally. You have 17 points.
Okay, I was moved diagonally behind the armor. The armor is gone now, so I am standing nearest to the dragon head with nobody around me, right?
So between you and the Chimaera, there are 2 suits of armors and David preventing you from direct line of sight of the Chimaera.
Okay, I thought I was only. My bad. Okay, so because so he switched sides when he took that attack of opportunity for the ram, so he's on the other side. Okay,
Correct.
sorry. Yeah, just no. I was getting it straight in my head. So at this point, the dragon head with its natural long neck is. I should still have line of sight on that, right? It's still high up enough off the ground, right?
You could launch a arc attack at it if you wanted to.
Really?
You are about 15 feet away from it, seeing as there are 3 creatures between you and it. You could try to arc an attack at it, or you could sidestep 5 feet to your right and not have anything between you and the lion's head.
Oh, well, that's easy enough to do. Yeah, sure. Sidestep 5 feet to the right, you said?
Correct.
Is that toward the wall or towards the center?
You are moving 5 feet towards the center of the room.
Is anybody else between me and the lion's head, which I understood to be the center?
The lion's head only has between you and it Laura's crown that she used to attack diagonally at the ram's head.
But there are no characters between me and the lion's head when I make that 5-foot step.
Correct. You do still now have the 5-foot gap between you and it.
Yeah, no. I was just clarifying. Because I'm thinking. I mean, it's a cantrip, but I've been playing this fiddle a lot. You know what? You said now that I've stepped sideways, I have direct line of sight on the dragon head.
You have direct sight on the lion's head,
but
and
not on
ram's
the
head
dragon's
too,
head.
if you want.
Oh, I'm sorry?
You have direct line of sight on the lion's head immediately in front of you, and the ram's head diagonally from you.
I'll tell you what, hammer to hammer. I'm going to throw this hammer and try and bounce it off the ram's head.
All right, go ahead and make your ranged attack.
+7 to hit. Ooh. Okay, that's a 13.
All right. 13 does not beat the armor class of the ram. The ram sees the hammer coming and bats it down straight into the ground in front of it, headbutting the hammer.
All right, pull back. How many points do I have?
So that was 1 point of movement, 5 points to throw it, 1 point to pull it back.
Oh,
Go ahead and make a strength saving throw on the pullback.
Wow. Just wow. That's going to be a 4.
All right. You bobble it but for a moment, and you manage to easily slip your hand into the leather strapping below it. It's a very easy check.
Okay, fine. I appreciate that, because that was like one of the worst rolls I've had in a while. Where's the lion's head looking? Right at me or right at something?
The lion's head previously struck towards one of the soldiers, so its attention is fixated towards the soldier, but its armor class does still apply.
Can I stealth check to go low and then uppercut the hammer towards its jaw?
You can definitely take a hide action if you want to expend 3 points to do so.
Okay, there we
And
go.
because it is currently blinded, you suspect you might have advantage on stealth against that head if the other heads don't see you coming.
Like it. So let's give that a shot then. So 3 points for that, and then 5 for the attack. I should have enough, right?
Yes.
Just barely, I think. But
You would have 2 points remaining.
okay, yeah.
So
I was
go
gonna
ahead
say I
and
knew.
roll your dexterity stealth check.
Oh, it's a stealth check.
Correct. To hide?
Woohoo! That'll be a 24, sir.
Yeah. You are quite sufficiently hidden. You
I'm
believe that the
upset that I
creature
didn't think
cannot
of this
see.
earlier.
You
Hiding
manage
in
to.
close proximity.
You slide between the legs of one of the soldiers, duck behind David, and you get within melee range of the lion's head.
And now we're going straight uppercut to the jaw without it seeing me. So sneak attack again?
Yes, sir. So go ahead and roll your to hit first.
Okay. +7. Well, no, this is melee. Strength plus proficiency. So what's that? A
Plus
plus
5.
5. Okay, thank you. Oh boy. Okay. Does a 15 hit?
15 does hit, yes.
Oh, thank God. After all that work to get hidden, I was like, oh no.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage and make sure you add your sneak attack damage as well.
Make sure I what?
Add your sneak attack damage.
Which is 3d6, right?
Correct.
Oof, not super great. So that's that, and then the d4 for the hammer plus 4 bludgeoning would make that a 8 plus 4 is 12 total.
Alright, you deal 12 points of critical bludgeoning damage to this creature. How do
It
you
was
dispatch
critical?
this creature?
How do I dispatch this creature? Well, this is an uppercut to the jaw, and it's got a couple teeth missing. So I'm say, especially with how tiny I am, I'm gonna say that this looks like a David versus Goliath uppercut kind of thing. Like out of nowhere, somebody just sees a Hadouken and the hammer just the jaw of this thing, and you just see it just stagger and then fall the fuck over.
Alright. So, in a fiery, bright horizon, Wally sneaks up underneath the creature, unbeknownst to it, and launches a critical sneak attack at its weakest point. His hammer glows a bright, fiery orange as he delivers the final blow, destroying this chimera.
Oh,
The
nice.
hammer itself pierces the jaw, shattering it, splitting the head of the lion, and sending it forward and upward and onto its haunches as it falls over and disintegrates into golden dust.
Poof.
You see laying on the ground where it was is a head of a dragon. It is the red head of the dragon and 2 dragon's wings.
I'm going to approach those and reach out with my mind and see if I can will them into another form. Something smaller, something that'll fit in Kirby, something that is maybe jewelry so I can carry it.
As you extend your understanding and perception forward, you recognize that the wings themselves fuse together and the dragon's head itself attaches to the front of it, and it decreases in size from what was previously life size of the chimera, its wingspan being 30 feet wide, and the head of the dragon itself being another 5 feet wide. It now shrinks down to a medallion-sized pendant, and a golden chain develops behind it.
Oh, nice. I'm definitely gonna throw that on my neck. And you know what? I know that you're gonna ask if my hands are bare, but you know what? This time they are. For once, I'm gonna trust it. I'm gonna take my chances.
Rolling again. You're so hard.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for it. Roll a new character.
Nah.
Like the one time Wally leaves vulnerable, you're gonna pounce on it, of course.
All right. With that, if you so choose, upon donning the necklace, Wally, you gain access to a particular spell. I'm going to send it to you. It's in your spell book as well, and you can attune to it and figure out how to use it over a short rest if you wish.
Attune to it and figure out how to use it after a short rest?
Correct.
Okay, sorry, you cut off a little bit.
All good.
I think we're out of combat, so this is probably a good time for us to wind down a little bit. I'm sure we're probably going to lose Chotle and David any moment. Laura's going to demand your presence elsewhere.
I suspect this is the conclusion of our encounter. Fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. You slayed a challenge rating 6 Chimaera and challenge rating 4 Minotaur.
Nice.
So if we were going by XP, the 5 of you, counting Shotley, Laura, David, and Wally, and Jack, would take 2,300 XP plus 700, so 3,000 XP 5 ways. You all gain 600 HP from that encounter. XP.
600 each?
600 XP each, yes.
Nice.
If we were going by that. We're mostly going by the milestones.
For sure. I was actually going to say, someone should tell Laura to pick up that Minotaur horn. One of them at least.
Yeah, does Jack have a handle on both of them, or just
Jack
one?
picked them up.
Oh, okay.
And you
He didn't kill the thing, though.
No, he did not kill the thing, but you suspect he was going to try to use them to impale or deal some damage to the Chimaera.
Right.
And now that you're out of combat, he approaches you and says, thanks for healing me and for saving me. I think these are yours. And he holds out both the Minotaur horns to you. And in the background behind you, you also hear a very heavy wood thunk and metal clang on the floor as a great axe appears where he was previously impaled into the wall.
Oh, snap.
Ooh.
I love that she might use an axe. That would be hilarious. This is like a spirit axe. She just has it flying through the air, just chop, chop, chop.
How large are the? Oh, there it is. Okay.
So the Minotaur is a large creature. It is over 10 feet tall, and the axe itself would be considered a great axe. So it's a two-handed weapon. You could use it like a bow staff. You could just take the axe head off if you want.
I might.
Maybe it shrinks. Try reaching out with your brain. You're better at that than I am.
Well, Laura takes the 2 Minotaur horns and sticks them in her backpack. Says thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Don't forget that blade. We come across precious few of those.
Yeah, Laura makes her way over to the axe and investigates it and tries to lift it.
All right. Upon gripping the base hilts of it, you lift it up and feel it start to change shape in your hands to a mechanical pencil.
Awesome.
It is a gray mechanical pencil and has, instead of the overhanging loop that you use to affix it to pockets or to, instead of it being the classic flat, it is ridged like the head of an axe, and it is a beautiful silver color. And you notice it isn't a click top, it is actually a rotation to extend the graphite inside of it. And upon separating the 2 components, it does reform into a large axe.
Awesome. And she puts that, she plays with it a little bit with the pushing the lead in and out of the pencil.
She's gonna mess some shit up, guys. I'm telling you, man. Like, she's gonna use that 2 battles, and her strength's gonna go up like 4 levels.
It's possible.
She puts it very carefully and lovingly into her backpack.
Excellent. And with that, we will end our session.